She's in charge of agricultural college facility. Next to her is a gentleman. Robert? Martin, yes, sorry for the people time. Martin, on low microfinances. Yeah, I'm going to say that the commercial bank, the commercial bank that he needs next to him, let me jump one step and go to Anthony Mukoma. Anthony is representing the director, payment systems. Brown, for your information, payment systems bureau. Mobile money. Traduction machine, agent banking, in Kako, Morty, and a lawyer. I don't know I'm hoping in touch. I hope that is Simon now. Right? Yeah, so Simon, you're welcome. Simon, Stephen, my apologies. So Stephen, Chair Achungakaka Director, May Financial Markets Department. Yinlo May Kanolim. Monopomony Treasury bonds get the bills. Kaiti need to walk in more with whether they Numashil and a copy, take whether Mabu America can give you a question again. So, you know, Anticani, a lot here, Pijanino. Kayan Mokan European Kitchen Bank of Uganda, and I've been new to give work to the Ilogidamalu. Stephen, please take your seat. Thank you so much. I was saying you people are going to make brief remarks about your area specialties, and then they will be able to ask a few questions that they have, because we are here for feedback session. So kindly prepare a few highlight summary of how you can transform the lives of the Lansab region people who are here. Because the team who are here are from Lansab region. For us in Lira city, we are not only from Lira, there are many districts surrounding Lira. So we need to see how we can enhance and transform their lives. Thank you. Over to you, Moses.
Thank you so much, my brother Lawrence, and our guests in your different capacities. Once again, you're most welcome to Lira City. As he has put it, that we are in Lira City, and the function is for the entire Lano sub-region. I love the fact that Lira City is a city for the entire Lano. Permit me to take this time to acknowledge the presence of the following who are also with us. I'll begin with the security, which is always number one. And I'm honored to introduce and recognize before you the Superintendent of Police, Mr. Bakaleke, Joseph, who is the District Police Commander, Lira City CPS, is right over there. We can give him a very good round of applause. Yakina Wakanda Otikele Natame, Winnie, let me chat with Kirigiwot. This is none other than Nico Masanga. He's a spokesperson of the. Okay, he's a spokesperson, mid drivers. Amete Ilaokane. Thank you so much for coming. And many people are recognizing that we take Kodamamedi at one Leo Chibige, who is chairperson in the Chambers of Commerce, Mid North, Chuberi Tuncha, Apoy Matek. Allow me to recognize in your midst Timo Tomutile of Timo Associates, that is an audit firm, Amete Lira City Can. And all of you, I recognize your presence. Feel free and feel at Margarita Palace Hotel here in Lira City. Thank you. also in the midst, I can see right over there, Bonnie Gonson, a businessman in Lira City. You're most welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, I will again bring to your attention these important places of convenience. For those who came a little late, we're not really made you aware of these important places. We have these places situated right over there and well leveled for ladies and gentlemen. In case you're inconvenienced, then you can move down towards the end of the building. On the western end, that is where we have important places of convenience. Pijame Purituna Tuna, Richike Kawotabor, Kewachek Tuncha, Kache, Kitame Kuma Berukere, Chamorol, Kaol, Mimi Kon Kore, Menam Kon Kori, Domini Kon Kore, Memi Kon Kori, Wundo Ilawo Tuncha, Haka Tetiku, Kilimu Kon, Ame Ramukon Kori, Kamini Kumikon Kori, Kunasha, Yore, Kete, Yore. Elauno Lumina Kon Kori, Kitame Kucha Jolon, Kenya Kon Kori, and man will go with a check and a word, a poem attack. Well, ladies and gentlemen, permit me once again to take this time to recognize one of our political leaders in Lira City. We have two divisions in Lira City, and this is Honorable Charles Achela for Lira City West Division. He's seated right over there. You recognized Honorable. Maybe around the Chamoro at Puti Ichim. I was recognizing Honorable Charles Achela of Lira City West Division. Is right over James Achela. About reaching for Matek, reaching for return.
Before that.
Right, thank you so much. Permit me also to recognize Honorable Sophia Okwana from Lira City West Division. You're most welcome. And also in our midst we have a manager, Centenary Bank. I am told he's among us. We thank you so much for coming. Could you step forward and come and occupy the front seat? You're most welcome, Centenary. Okay. Okay. Warabit ojoro udakutini diku program wa chakamane DJ okwayoni loading anthem sabek jakukere Uganda National Anthem ekama rioma tobero East African Anthem ekama dekerete bero anthem alao okwayoni uchumuni malo piwe Meloa, Boy. Wano Valong Abung Boni Utiana Gomson, we can be in the Kirkaya, still in the same standing mood.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, ever present God, we want to thank you for our visitors who have called us, that we come and meet here. When we are meeting in the presence of you, Lord, you are ever present. We want to thank you for the people who have come. Lord, you know all our expectation. We want you, Lord, that you come and make us, Lord, come out with all that you have planned for each and everybody. May it be a cordial meeting. May it be a truthful meeting. May it be a meeting that will shed light on where we have not been understanding. We pray that continue bringing those who are on their way, and we say thank you for everything that we have come and listened. May we say all this in the name of our Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Director Commercial Bank, Director Communications, Dr. Kenneth Egesa, to give us a welcome remark. Dr. Kenneth Egesa, you're welcome.
Honorable members of Parliament, the RCC, the RDC Lira, the Lira district leadership, and leaders of other districts in Mulango sub-region, LC5, religious leaders present, all leaders in your respective capacities, the media fraternity, management and colleagues of Bank of Uganda, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. A very good morning to you all. Ibuto Wulu Abe. On behalf of Bank of Uganda, it's my great pleasure to welcome you all today for this landmark Lira Townhall Meeting. It is an honor to have you here with us. I am very encouraged to see many of you, and I am confident that today's engagement is going to be positive, fruitful, and communally beneficial to all present and the entire Lango sub-region. Ajolo Weng Apollo Bino. Let me start by thanking the Lira district leadership for their tireless efforts and for extending a helping hand in the remarkable mobilization process during the past 2 weeks. This is a clear indication of the progressive partnership between Bank of Uganda and the district leadership, and we are truly honored and thankful, very thankful to the district leadership. Today's event is a continuation of a series of activities that Bank of Uganda started organizing in 2016 as part of its 50th anniversary commemoration. At that time, Bank of Uganda observed a pattern of misrepresentation, misunderstanding, and misinformation of its mandate and services by the public, especially in the upcountry communities. Thus, the need to actively engage the public in their diverse capacities through town hall meetings was birthed. These regional town hall meetings are organized with 3 main objectives. First, to strengthen communication between Bank of Uganda and the local area leadership
to enable fast resolution of any challenges that each of us may encounter in executing our respective mandates. Second, to sensitize the public about Bank of Uganda's mandate and provide accountability for our policies and actions. And third, which is very important, to seek feedback from the residents and the area leadership on issues that are pertinent to the Bank of Uganda mandate. At Bank of Uganda, we strongly believe in stakeholder consultation and regular feedback as important mechanisms for gathering opinions, perspectives, and concerns related to what we do. Through these engagements, we aim to manage your expectations and to align them with our goals and objectives. This, in summary, is why we are here, to ensure that you understand what we do, why we do it, and how we do it. We are also here to learn about your needs, preferences, and concerns. So it's not just about us, it's about you, the community. And also to learn about potential problems or opportunities that we may not be aware of. The aim is to use this information to improve our plans, processes, and outcomes. Ultimately, we would like to build trust and continuous engagement with you, the communities, and the public out there as we build our long-term relationship with you. So in addition to the presentations you will hear today, we'll have discussions, we'll have question and answer sessions, and we will also seek information from you through surveys and interviews. We request you to be candid with us during the engagements today so that we all leave this room feeling that it has been beneficial. Also, because we do not operate alone in the financial sector space, we have invited key financial sector players here, including the Deposit Protection Fund, Uganda Bankers Association, Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Association, commercial banks, with whom we encourage you to interact with and seek answers from questions that are pertinent to the services they provide to you. Please take advantage of their presence here. As I conclude, I'd like to take this opportunity to once again thank the Lira leadership for accepting to host us in this beautiful region. Aporo Matek. I also thank the Deputy Governor, the senior management, and the entire Bank of Uganda team for the continuous support towards the implementation of this initiative that allows us to interact with you. I thank our colleagues from other institutions who accepted to join us. And last but not least, I thank the Bank of Uganda team that put this together. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening to me. Bank of Uganda team Kanyene Oberume Red Note Amete Yakina Bank Hadith Uganda Pero Tola Med districts Nomela region. So Monona Machel Kinamukan Nene Namiri Note Yakina Bank of Uganda Pero Tola Me Lounge region. Oberabe Ekamari Omere Mediru Lokewa Wanajome Lounge region. Nene Noni Wanunyanga Be Moame Guinea team Balajo Bank of Uganda. Pingo Guinea Guinea Moa Guinea team Guinea. Nene Noni Bewa Oberabe Enter Company Chamo Gawene Wokere Ayamaru, 41 Guinea team. Ekama Dekere Lira Tech.
obedo mawinjo report. Onene ne kiu. Aneni kaya bajo. Anene kiu kanya wiro mo walil. Moja tekandang yunda na wangi. Endo kuoni gini binu kana mitungu ni bekiu gi. Ititi gi unu mwa bintia timu bare de kuene bachere ko kuene miro gin oyirwa ma mene miro gin yirwa malo. Apire pekwara mitungu ni botu. Ichana moro koni ijo mara ma poko padara. Iwo pichoyo mwa mitungu nyiro yiri mwa benyi moro ngatie. Kanyo chana Obama nitongeyo. In the same vein, I would then request Director of Communications to kindly and humbly invite the Governor's representative, Madam Christine, to address the gathering. Thank you.
Thank you, MC. The Deputy Governor's representative, I've been asked to humbly request you to deliver the speech. So I humbly request you to deliver the speech. Thank you very much.
And in the same vein, I humbly, very humbly accept to deliver the speech. Your Worship the Mayor, our Town Clerk, Chairman, Chamber of Commerce, and all you distinguished ladies and gentlemen of Lira City, it's truly an honor for me to be here before you on behalf of the Deputy Governor. I will convey his apologies for not being here in person today, but he's going to be here in person tomorrow. It's the dictates of the schedule that caused him to not be here in person today, but it's something that he will not fail to come to Lira, and he's right here with us tomorrow. My name is Christina Lupo. Substantively, I'm the Director for Currency Department, and as you know, Lira has the Bank of Uganda has a presence in Lira through the Lira Currency Technical Center. And I don't know that the staff are here or somewhere outside. If any of the Lira staff are here, raise your hand, but otherwise, yes, that gentleman is in a meeting in the streets. He's one of you in serving in the sub-region. I noticed that our Director of Communications has been learning Lang. I commend him, and I request that by the time this whole team leaves, we all can speak Lao. We've been here for a while. We shouldn't leave without, we have that task. I have already received the name. My name is Akela. In the short time I came. And I really appreciate it so much. So let me read the Deputy Governor's speech verbatim. His speech has the theme, Understanding the Central Bank's Role in Achieving Socio-Economic Transformation. And he says, I would like to start by thanking the district and city leadership of Lira, as well as the leadership of the wider Lango sub-region, for not just honoring our invitation to this town hall meeting, but also welcoming the Bank of Uganda team to the home of, among many other great men and women, the second president of the Republic of Uganda. I am confident that through continued engagement such as this, we shall not only yield fruitful discussions, but also better understanding of the Bank of Uganda's mandate and how we pursue it. Before I proceed, I would like to take this opportunity to add my voice to the rest of the Bank of Uganda team in extending my condolences to the family, the leaders, and the people of Lira City following the untimely death of the Mayor, Lira City West Division, Mr. Michael Ogwal Hachoma. It is with great sadness that we learnt about the news of his passing. The Bank of Uganda family has arranged their contribution towards funeral expenses, which will be passed on to the late Achoma's family. I request that we take a moment of silence to honor his memory. And may his soul rest in eternal peace. As mentioned by the Director of Communications, it is our duty as your central bank to actively engage with the people we serve. And this is why we are here today. This town hall meeting is an opportunity for the Bank of Uganda to not only communicate about our work and its impact, but also to listen to you and gather your feedback. Your views are pertinent to improving our performance, which helps us maintain loyalty to serving the interests of Ugandans. At the Bank of Uganda, transparency is central in delivering our mandate. Being transparent and accountable about the bank's governance, policies, and outcomes with the public reduces uncertainty and contributes to better policy outcomes. What is even more important is that people can understand what we are doing. Talking in complicated technical language, which we are usually guilty of, and remaining in air-conditioned offices in Kampala are not options for a central bank that wants to be effective. Our job, like a three-legged stool, stands on three key pillars. That is, promoting the stability of goods and prices and services in the markets. Number two, overseeing the safety and strength of supervised financial institutions, such as banks and micro-deposit-taking institutions on which most of us are dependent. And the other one is ensuring a reliable and helpful payment system ranging from currency notes and coins to mobile money and other payment channels. In the spirit of transparency and accountability, we have moved with a team that will highlight some of the bank's work as a background to the open discussion ahead. But before they come to share, I need to say that as Bank of Uganda, we acknowledge that we cannot achieve our primary mandate of price stability if the communities we serve are not healthy. There is a correlation between a healthy population and an economically prosperous one. It is for this reason that Bank of Uganda purposefully and proudly partners with different communities nationally through its corporate social responsibility arm. These partnerships are aimed at providing affordable and quality health care to mothers and their newborn babies in support of socio-economic transformation. At this juncture, I am pleased to inform you that the Bank of Uganda is partnering with Lira District to renovate Ayago Health Center 3 and provide various medical equipment and supplies. This donation will be governed by a memorandum of understanding between the bank and the district leadership, where obligations of each party will be clearly laid out. The MOU is currently with the Lira town clerk, city clerk, and works will commence immediately after that MOU is signed. We look forward to working with the leadership to complement the strides that they have already taken in delivering these services, and yes, I stand to be corrected. This partnership is with Lira City, not with the Lira District. Thank you for the correction. And as we were saying, we are looking forward to implementing this and complementing the strides the city leadership has already taken towards improving health in the region. We came here to listened to you, but we also came here to share what we think is pertinent for a discussion such as this one. So it's only fair that the formal speech is kept short so that we can go to what I call the real discussion. So let me now hand over to the Bank of Uganda team to take us through the role of the Bank of Uganda in promoting socio-economic transformation. Over to you, Kenneth.
I think we should give a bigger round of applause. Thank you very much, Ms. Christina Rupo, the representative of the Deputy Governor, for the very illuminating speech. I'll now hand over to the MC to take us through the program, through the next items of the program.
Thank you so much. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, can we give a better round of applause for the remarks that we have had. Indeed, she has put it clear that everyone who has come should learn Leblano. You can quickly turn to your neighbor and greet him in Leblano as you teach him or as you also learns. This time around, we are going to say, our language has short words. Orene, ba, Orene, ba. And the response is Orene, doe, doe. That is it. Before I invite back my colleague, the MC, permit me to recognize as we are getting a communication. We've had the arrival of Director of Chamber of Commerce for Northern and Eastern Region. Thank you for joining us. And back to my colleague, Lawrence.
Where I take down. DJ the Bagian located yo. Where I take down. We party. Amita going down and knock to 12. Gimana wan governor Oloro. Wan governor Matt Christine. Okona mani emere niyoko atolo moro ko kono mo yangiro banu ojolo long waradit eka teme dekere ko guni report amene pana mama ya bot governor ni we kirwan tek na chelo bedo memedo not take na ko director communication ko bikrecha eka memi wanam you no amen again Bank of Uganda team o my dani no me you big one day made bekedwa pe ruenya kwa mea ginda uchunkedwa kare kono bedi ko ko welere at big one here my gina me bot family te kwa yo ni gindo murelo kwa bero kana nich bien mirigitine medu wan mederwa do mio gini tamo ni chagare maka tutumia rwa bara beach gini betkedwa dan lokedwa be gwano ni ma gini kino tere kito mo kwa medo kere kwa aworo bala wori ko pere teko ko pamira chel kon ko ni iti chogini tiuni din nangi boro kero mena ni yoro kontie yoro kon chanere inyodo kero gwakitino kero nena mi dana tayla wana tukere lansa bejono pera be eto ginnon pe to tuku dana tayla bishu o not tagini kero Lira city o taye yara bini dana tayla chelo amolo wana jago center 3 dana tayla yen dina rokka da ko chala dana tayla nyen mono doma doma na version eka ka otiyo gini manno gin teke tuyen ñu yari beti ci ko mutuo medical equipment yena te ko lo ndaka aman no tunichame jo ene woro kere bintitiwa ma gini timo many one age me pay. So in the same note, I would then request the Bank of Uganda team who are going to make presentations to get ready. In the next 1 or 2 minutes, I'll start with Winnie. Then we move in that order. I would then request Rose and her team, wherever you are, to distribute some papers and some pens to people to write their questions. That will help us save time during the Q&A sessions. Kaumi Barbara Kerala Moricho mi alambara woti mimi jame pe ko daru gari mi chawa to twal o jeno woro ko yor yot kami program wot to the tune to take ko microphone bero buona watan down plan mi telok e ka bu ma de to lawa man bero meya en telodo ke teko ko o tun yo ko chawa ngitie o fo wona take. You're invited. Because of the camera and the recording, we request you to come and present from where I am standing.
Ente Jollo Winnie, Kunente Jollo Winnie, Yakina Wakan, permit me to recognize General Omule, Ame Oyawo Vice President, T Yakina Wakan, and Inobelni. Papa do for you, Matek. And Ichingi Tunchen, Otike de Relations Manager, Housing Finance Bank, Adit David Agade, and Inobelni Matek. Back to Winnie. Thank you. You can proceed.
Thank you very much. The representative of the Deputy Governor, the Bank of Uganda management here present, the district leadership, all protocol observed, our invited guests, good morning everyone. And we thank you for coming today. We know that you have set aside your other important things to be here, so we appreciate your presence. You've already heard from the Deputy Governor's speech about our reason for being here, to interact with you and tell you about our role, our mandate in transforming the country, transforming the economy through the socio-economic transformation. And one of those roles that we undertake towards that is the administration of the Agricultural Credit Facility and the Small Business Recovery Fund. First of all, I think I should have introduced myself, although I was introduced. My name is Winnie Mulisa. I work with the Bank of Uganda. The Agricultural Credit Facility, I'm sure many of you have heard about it. We have been here in Lira sub-region so many times. This year alone, I think, Bank of Uganda has been here 6 times already. This is possibly our 7th time. We have just recently concluded the Lira sub-region agriculture trade show. For those who are present, you must have seen the bank here. So this really shows how committed we are in interacting with you and bringing the bank closer to you, in getting feedback from you so that we can better serve you. The Agricultural Credit Facility has been in operation for about 14 years now. It is a government intervention that was started in 2009, but the objective, the primary objective really was to transform the agriculture sector through commercializing it, through modernizing it. How? By providing affordable credit. 10 years ago, credit to the sector was very small. The banks that were willing to lend were lending at very high interest rates and very short-term loans. And yet we know that this is the sector that is very, very important, very critical, that drives the economy. So government, together with the financial institutions, decided to come together and create this very important fund that will provide affordable credit to our farmers, where farmers are able to borrow at a relatively low interest rates and at a relatively longer loan period. So what are those affordable terms? The interest rate is at 12% per annum. It means that the farmer who is borrowing can actually pay at 1% per month. And you can actually borrow at over a period of 8 years. This period, however, varies depending on what you are engaged in. The other objective was to actually trigger the banks to lend to the sector. Like I mentioned, the banks were not really lending. So government wanted to be able to trigger these banks, encourage them to actually lend to the agriculture sector. And we have seen it work over the years. We have seen the banks open up, lending. We have seen credit to the agriculture sector grow over the last 14 years. And so we credit this growth to this particular intervention. Now, I've mentioned about the terms. I've talked about the interest rate. I've talked about the loan period. How do you benefit? You benefit through the financial institutions that are supervised by Bank of Uganda, together with the Uganda Development Bank. You might want to ask why through the banks? We've had questions, people asking, but why can't we come and borrow from Bank of Uganda? Why can't Bank of Uganda give us this money directly? Now, this Bank of Uganda, or you've already heard that we have, although we have a technical presence here, technical currency center, we are not widely spread like the financial institutions are. The commercial banks are quite here in numbers. Some of them are here, and we thank you for coming. So we wanted it to be convenient for the farmer, so they're able to go to, a farmer is able to walk in a bank of their choice and be able to access this fund. But also, because we wanted them to have a buy-in, we said we wanted them to be able to engage with you, be able to see you as a viable business opportunity for them. And so we go through the banks for you to borrow. This is where you have bank accounts. You know very well that Bank of Uganda doesn't hold individual bank accounts. But you have bank accounts with each and every one of these institutions. And that is the number one step that you have to take to access this fund, that you must have a bank account first of all. But also, that as a farmer, how do you benefit? You can benefit by being, for starters, you have to be a farmer. Two, how prepared are we? You know, have records. When you go to the bank is going to be interested in seeing how prepared you are, you know, to borrow. Because before you get a loan, you must have a plan. You know, how are you going to pay this money? What are you going to use the money for? You know, where are the cash flows? Because that is what is going to encourage the banks to be able to lend you. That's what is going to convince the banks that you have the potential to actually borrow this money, utilize it, and pay it back. So one of the things that we do is to encourage you to, one, open a bank account, but two, have business records, have records of your production, of your expenses, of your income and expenditure. Because that also helps you track your business. Remember, we are trying to transform agriculture. We are trying to commercialize so that you don't look at agriculture as a subsistence activity only for consumption. We are trying to commercialize so that you look at agriculture as a business just like any other business where you actually earn income, where you grow your business. And so you can only do that if you are keeping records, if you're keeping track of your business activity. Now, what is the role of Bank of Uganda in this? Our role as Bank of Uganda is we manage this fund on behalf of government. Remember, government put aside 50% of this, and the financial institutions also contribute 50%. So we manage this fund on behalf of government. We also are responsible for publicity, for marketing, or making sure that farmers get to know about this fund. And so one of the things we do is, for example, engage with the public like this, to inform the public How does the fund work? What are the terms? Are there any changes that have been made over the years? So and also get feedback from our farmers, because through that feedback is how we've been able to make improvements and make it work and make the scheme grow. I talked about access, so you have access to the financial institutions. What do you need as a farmer to access? What do I need when I go to a bank? What do I need to take? I talked about the bank account. You must have a bank account. That is always the starting point. 2, financial institutions have varying requirements. For example, there are those that will ask for collateral, but there are those that will lend against the character of a borrower. Okay? So you must have collateral. For those where collateral will be required, you must have a national ID. For those that have collateral, the bank is likely to ask for spousal consent, because you don't want to pledge collateral where your spouse does not know that you've actually put this house as a collateral or stake the house, and tomorrow if you fail to pay the loan, then they will come for it and the madam will not know, or your husband will not know. So you must have collateral. So there are also other requirements that they will ask depending on the amount of money that you're going to borrow, depending on the risk profile of the business, depending on the bank. How have we performed over the years? We have been in operation since 2010. And over the last 14 years, we have lent out over 800 billion, 818 billion to be exact. This has been through constant engagements like this, so that we encourage our farmers on the availability of the fund, through constant engagements with our banks, the financial institutions to open up lending, which I commend. Some of them have actually really done very good job. And through a number of improvements that we have put in place that has been able to open up lending to the sector. Some of those improvements, for example, is the introduction of the block allocation for the smallholder farmers. Initially, when the scheme was started, the real target really was the large scale, because those are the ones that are mainly engaged in value addition. But along the way, we realized that the smallholder farmer had actually been left out, and yet these are the ones that constitute about 80% of our sector. So we have, over the years, introduced a number of improvements, introduced things like financing working capital for inputs, introduced things like financing what the banks call biological assets, but things like seedlings, things like farm expansion for those who are buying cows or goats or pigs or poultry and so on and so forth. We introduced a very important product called block allocation that really targets a smallholder farmer. These are farmers who largely don't have collateral, or the high value collateral that financial institutions will ask for. Now, the way block allocation works is that it mainly works in groups. So circles or farmer groups or cooperatives really stand to benefit under this product, because the assessment is very easy. The banks are largely assessing you on your character with a group, on your production capacity, on credit history. If you have borrowed and paid back the loan very well, this is a very strong point for you to access the block allocation. And it has worked very well, especially in this region. We have seen the highest beneficiaries under this block allocation in Lango sub-region alone, to the extent that about 22% of our beneficiaries under block allocation, actually generally under SCF, they come from this region. And that is something to be proud of. But that is not something to say that we can't do more, and that's why we're here. We need to push for better performance. We need to see so many other farmers come on board.
We have, out of the 818 billion, now sub-region alone, we have lent about 33 billion. So we want that to also go higher. And we have seen improvement in lending by the banks, like I mentioned. We have seen improvement in value addition of the products that we see on the market, whether it's dairy or coffee or the poultry. We have seen great improvement, and this is because of this SCF. We have recently had engagements with the financial institutions, and this is looking at other aspects that we can actually introduce to better improvement. And so we are also continuously improving the fund, continuously improving the guidelines, so that we minimize restrictions, so that we can open up and more farmers can get. So we are cognizant of the fact that we need to increase uptake, we need more farmers to benefit, and so we come here to get feedback as well, so that we can take that feedback and see how we can improve the performance of the agriculture credit facility. Now, I will speak briefly about the Small Business Recovery Fund as well. This was also introduced in 2021 following the onset of COVID-19 and its negative effects on the economy. This particular fund also is managed by the Central Bank, Bank of Uganda, just like the agriculture credit facility, but this really targets the business community, the small business community, and those businesses that are not agri-business, because we already have ACF that is covering the farmers. Now this is people who are engaged in retail business, people who are engaged in hospitality, and all the other businesses that are not agri-based. It was introduced, like you hear, it's a recovery fund, to help those businesses that were affected by COVID-19 get back to where they were. What are the terms and conditions? One is that you must demonstrate that you are indeed affected by COVID-19, and therefore you must have records to show that. Two is that you should be able to employ at least 2 people, 2 to 49 persons, and you should be able to make turnover of at least between 10 million and 300 million for you to qualify. And how much can you qualify? You can get up to 200 million. There's something that we introduced under the Small Business Recovery Fund, and that is the fact that the small businesses can actually borrow some of this money and use it as a working capital, but also be able to pay off the non-performing loans. Because we know that many of them suffered when businesses were closed, they had loans and were not servicing those loans. And so you can actually borrow some of this money and pay off the loans, the bad loans that you have with the banks. Performance so far, the fund is growing. We have lent about 10.8 billion so far, progressively, but we're continuously engaging the banks, we're continuously engaging the business community to come and access this fund. We have brochures for those of you who have been able to pass by our desk. Those who haven't, we'll be able to give you the brochures that have details on the terms and conditions and how to access, but also while we are here, we will take the questions, we will take clarifications, seeking clarifications on how these 2 funds work. Thank you very much.
Brown, I'm recognizing. Go ahead.
Tual, yakina wakan ya yom tual ni koni aluvere kire me chato will miru kuch betie. You are yom recognizing yakina wakan Superintendent of Police Patrick Okema, Ameda Dagobedo spokesperson P North Kyoga Rigdon. Aduma Jole Matek. He is also joined by the bank manager, Bank of Baroda. You are most welcome, sir. Attendant Bank of Africa dantie yakina wakana point 12. And I think we are almost getting covered with all the banks in Lira. Manio copying whatever. Back to my brother, Lawrence.
Brown Poetic. Atiti wini niko ng'ente ya en chungo kanu. Yen no nit ngatora metupenyu ginora me poyenkere. Ena chungkana kuwara penyi ini penyi leba iya mito. Wano ti kan romo, wano te dan kubbe kita en mirungi kere. Wiyo kuboke nigin Bank of Uganda tipo waleng. Mepu meneno ni rom mepu umede nyim kaini bera pu ginti kire chinta metwaro mi me will pori me will produce me chat to produce danแต่ดีเลยยังไม่กล้าไม่ปูไม่เนี่ยในร่มไม่ปูรีแล้วโอ้รีอีแล้วบนละมาลงเช่นนี้กินมีเปอร์เซ็นต์นับติ้งไม่เชลเอ็นโปรตีร้อยตัวนั้นยังที่เปอร์เซ็นต์apaเรียวปานี่โอกาสบางorang kan ya kina bang ni beri nyiman ni nagi ni ulon na pati akarukan no don chen ni ni ruano de no tinga tora kan tora ni chen ni %, apa rio marashel no no kai ni wore commercial bank titigina na mito bank na mea wore majajo lo yo na grupo sia enni ana mito pene jaw ken gen charme giba gin pe mu ni mito sia gin tia wuna don ngene wino ko ni kai ni wore ko mu itit ngwa ini mito etu ngire be di record ka record pe jaw ken ne mi aka mention na miro jo ni abera tek ramo bo ka tin record ora to wet kere e ka gin ngo teni lim adon wore bala wot gikku oko nitie lono ken nagindang miyo meneno ni kayere karame corona piesia obinu odwa roma biacha ni bebe ngeni nyoma bere bala magorita kaene hotel kana jo ya buriye jo ko bor buru undong roma biacha ndo ko pen ja me charo salun ja ngole yewi jo monna yewi jo biacha jo do ko pen kere biacha mo ko no ken na me wana tu kere kan gin mission ne memed do ni mail roma chat willi may work malo gino yomu ya dawan baba shingo ko ni lawa sub region tiati na bayre ko pelo na puri era do be do lo biru jana wor balo group pien kay wor balo group ko man ni mi rekel lanta to le moy ngone gin jaw ko vinte mi wulim million ora woni yego ni mi tu ni biara bi to ko ku ya kino yo ka da chulu mume no wan poro ti maraji ye do ame to ko ni o mede no kere ni do tu ni cha me ka ni ti kere gin no me to ko ni wa do re ko pa wi ni cha do re wo chi ni ka cho no do ka lo no e ka wan ka chel kere brown kere warna kenna aber kere gilok my I request that you get for us some staff from communications department or Bank of Uganda team to pass the microphone around so that the people can ask the questions. Brown and I may not be able to manage. So, Brown, what if I? Okay.
Abino chako kede megoni atawe bot Tom atawe bot megucha eka enokene kada wakato ate cheyo atamo weho kwada ni is summarizing kireme penya pen we go straight to the point mama no payo
Brona kanode ko mna ba adun governor ba ni pichawa ogama penya dek ya manne enokene jocho achoa mo wek joke ndati tuwairi oken na jotimo utega mawachel so amane gamo ka dek ken yunge mano jo otewu gamo enokene yunge chena poyo.
Yeah, my name is Geoff Robia. I come from Amalatar. I'm a born of Amalatar district. I want to, mine may not be a question. I want to just comment on what she said. This is not the first time I've attended this kind of workshop together with the Bank of Uganda. Myself, I organize, I mobilize the people. This year, around March, I wrote the letter application requesting Bank of Uganda to fund the workshop,
and Bank of Uganda funded it 100%. And Bank of Uganda sent some representatives to people, that Sarah Natongo and then Tilda Nabanza. We attended the workshop with them, and they talked clearly. We invited all the managers who were here, these bankers. They were there together with the mayor. We sat the whole day, and we gave people even time to question Bank of Uganda. It was very clear what he said, and it was repeated there. We were hearing it for the second time, but let me tell you what we are hearing here. I'm calling it possible things made impossible. Why? It's possible from the Bank of Uganda, as they're saying, but impossible with the commercial banks that are here. If you go to them, they will tell you it's impossible to get that loan. But if you go to Bank of Uganda, it's possible. To be honest, if you go to Amolatar, I took the bank, I mobilized this training also in Amolatar. People went there. It was a very clear message to the people of Amolatar. People woke up, they went to the bank, they opened an account to the bank, and then at last they got disappointment. They complained. They said when they went to the bank said, you first get ours. That one of Bank of Uganda is impossible. It's not easy to get that one. So get ours, not that one. So forget about a Bank of Uganda loan. So it was not possible, even not possible in the Amolatar. I wrote a complaint to Bank of Uganda. And they said they are going to work on it, but until now, the people of Amolatar is still complaining. They complained to me, they said, you brought Bank of Uganda here to advertise Bank of Uganda or what?
Summarizing me.
I'm sorry for that.
Otiu kwa yuni kache limo microphone tikede dakika kadunga Paul la tek penya peronte la ka Paul ilona tichile baroke ken ame tilaukan.
Thank you, representative from Bank of Uganda. My name is called Tom Timutile for Timo Associates and Timo Fresh Fruit Farm Enterprises. Winnie, thank you for the presentation, but I'm just surprised that from 2021, this is now 2023, when Corona is over, you come and tell us there is a small business recovery fund for Corona. Now, how do we justify that I suffered from Corona? That is my question. But my advice on this is that you people open for us, not in a bank. You can open under the business for chambers of commerce, not for a bank. For us to go and register our names, you come and check our businesses, and you give us the money through chambers of commerce, not these banks here. These people, they don't want to sell your money. So, chambers of commerce is our avenue. You will put that money in chambers of commerce, and we access. Let us leave these banks with their own things. Then two, agricultural credit facility. 3 weeks ago, UDP came and talked to us, a businessman. And one thing they told us is very difficult to borrow money. If you have less than 50 million, don't waste our time. Again, I'm imploring upon you that this ACF fund be given through chambers of commerce, so that we go and get at an interest rate of 12%. Not these banks. They're seated here. When you go there, they tell you 26%. Let us leave them alone. They die their natural death. We empower chambers of commerce. Thank you.
Apeng Mayor Giki, and also as I forward the microphone to the next person. Ladies and gentlemen, may I take this time to recognize the presence of Bank of Equity. Equity Bank is here with us.
I want to start with obvious. by thanking government of Uganda for coming up with this very important initiative. My question is, as Bank of Uganda is a regulatory authority to play a supervisory role on a commercial bank, did you find closely how this commercial bank are willing to help Ugandans on this issue? That is my question. The commercial bank are not ready to help Ugandans to boost agriculture. They are not ready at all because they are here. You ask them, each bank, how many beneficiaries benefited from their bank, their specific bank. Ask them right now. Thank you.
Yeah, we shall continue the questions later. Can you begin no tabu guni igena penya? What choy we no kenne? Ye ya wono men ilumalo. Allow me invite the director commercial banking, Mr. Annington Waswa, to make a presentation. Thank you. Meanwhile, with the choice, we're not paying eka utekelo kapenu karame penyo directly in choa wanu binu kamo eka ute forwarding.
Good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen, and praise the Lord. As introduced, my name is Annington Waswa. I lead the team from the commercial banking department, and we supervise and regulate the activities of commercial banks. We draw the mandate to do so from the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, Article 161 of the Constitution mandates creation of the central bank. And Article 162 lays out the functions of the central bank. And arising out of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, we drew the Bank of Uganda Act, and the Central Bank was set up under the Bank of Uganda Act 1966, and it was amended in 2000.
Thank you. Meanwhile, with the choice, we're not paying
the department I lead
directly in
licenses,
forwarding.
and it's a long process. We license
Good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen.
commercial banks.
And praise the Lord.
My colleague Martin comes from another department
In 2000.
called the Non-Bank Financial Institutions Department, which licenses credit institutions and microfinance deposit-taking institutions.
And it's a long process.
Now,
We
all
license
these three categories of institutions
commercial banks.
solicit deposits from the public, from you,
Martin comes from another
and they
department
own land.
called the Non-Bank Financial Institutions
So
Department.
once an institution has been licensed,
Credit institutions
it comes to you and collects
microfinance
deposits and intermediates on these deposits to create loans.
solicit deposits from the
And I would encourage
from you,
each one of you
and they own land.
to get involved if you're not already involved
Once
in
institution
an
has been
economic
licensed,
activity, not to shy away from these institutions to borrow.
Deposits
But I know you have so many challenges, and I've had the complaints that have come through from 3 people who responded to the presentation from Winnie
if you're not
about
in an economic activity.
we specifically talked about commercial banks, but I don't know what story you have about credit institutions
But I know you have
and
so many challenges.
microfinance deposit-taking
I've
institutions,
had,
but I wouldn't be surprised if the story is not
comes through
very
from
different.
3 people who responded to the presentation from Winnie.
In the work we do,
We specifically talked about
we
commercial banks.
always
But I
try
know
to
the story
ensure that
about credit
once you
institutions
make your deposits in these
microfinance
institutions,
deposit-taking institutions.
you should be able to get it as and when you need it.
Very different.
When you open up an account in these institutions, you're getting into a contract with them that I am going to be depositing and saving my money with you, and anytime I need it, I should be able to get it.
Get it as and when you need it.
But don't stop there.
When you open up an account
Go
in
ahead
these institutions,
and borrow as
you're
well.
getting into a contract with them. That
And
I
when
am
you deposit,
depositing and saving my money,
make sure you
with
ask for
and
interest
anytime I
on your
need it,
savings.
I should be able to get it.
Make sure you ask for interest.
But
Ask
don't stop there.
We have 25 commercial banks. We have 4 credit institutions and 4 microfinance deposit-taking institutions. Make sure you ask. If you feel the institution you're working with does not give you the interest you need, look around for another institution that can give you a better rate. Because when you go to borrow, they also charge you interest. If you feel, and before you borrow, also do scan around the institutions and ask them, how much will you charge me if I borrow from you? Because when you go to borrow and get the cheapest loan you can, and you can do it. Trust me, you can do it. The institutions and ask them, how much will you charge me? A number of you who have borrowed, I'm sure these banks have told you that, and you can do it. Trust me, we have to take your record to the Credit Reference Bureau. What the Credit Reference Bureau does, I'm sure, is take a record of how your loan is performing. We have to take your record. If you borrow a loan of 1 million, what the credit pay over 1 year, and you pay it off, is take a record. Next year when you come back to borrow, use your record of 1 million and talk to these bankers. Tell them, yes, I've been borrowing and I've been paying well. Give me a better rate because I am a good borrower. And talk to these bankers. And make it a point when you borrow, and I've been paying well, pay. Because if you don't pay back, because I am, that bad record of not paying will go make it a point to the Credit Reference Bureau, such that next time you want to borrow, pay back. They will look at that record and say, no, you borrowed and you did not pay. They will charge you such that next a higher rate. Are we together? Look at that and say, no, you borrowed and you did not pay. They will charge you a higher rate. I know a number of these institutions, when you go to borrow, they will ask for collateral. I think in this part of the country, you have communal land. Sometimes the land you have doesn't have titles and doesn't belong to you. It belongs to the community in which you live. But at the same time, these same institutions, because they're interested in lending to you, they have the money to lend to you. But they want you to pledge to them something in which you have an insurable interest, something that will motivate you to come and pay back. You have household items. In banking, we call them chattels. You have a television set, you have a set of chairs, you have a dining set. These institutions accept these assets as collateral for you to go ahead and borrow. Don't fear to borrow because you don't have collateral. That is collateral you have. That is physical collateral. But the most important collateral you have is you as an individual. Your character in the community matters a lot. So you need to build that social capital. When you go to some of these microfinance deposit-taking institutions and you want to borrow, they will tell you, we want you to come in groups. Why do you think they want you to come in groups? Because if you fail to pay, they will go to the other group members and tell them, it is you introduced to us this person, and this person has borrowed and failed to pay. So the other group members pay on your behalf. But paying on your behalf does not necessarily mean that you should not go ahead to pay them what they paid for you in the institution. So they will apply that group pressure. Then eventually, you will know that I'm part of this group and I have to respect the rules of this group by making good my obligations to the bank and to the group. Time comes and you grow and your needs increase. If initially you borrowed 1 million, your business has expanded and you need 10 million. Again, these institutions will allow you to borrow as an individual. You get out of the group, but if you build that reputation of paying back, it becomes so easy. It becomes so easy. But if you do not intend to pay back, I request that you don't borrow. Why? Because first and foremost, the community in which you live will blacklist you. that this person has been borrowing loans from banks and does not pay. What effect does it have on you as an individual? It's very embarrassing, because sometimes they come to your home, your wife or your husband and your children face embarrassment when these institutions are chasing you. Secondly, this burden can easily be passed on to your children, because the communities in which we live sometimes judge us by where we come from, the families we come from. He's so-and-so's son. Instead of looking at me as an individual, they look at you as so-and-so's son or so-and-so's daughter. So when you borrow, please make an effort to pay. And it is not always possible that you'll be able to pay. If you borrow and you fail to pay, and you don't have resources, go to your bankers and talk to them. They are here, they'll testify. Tell them, yes, I got this loan, but I have problems. I'm unable to pay now. Can you give me some more time to prepare myself better and pay back? They will be able to do that. They can restructure your loan. And I think it happened during the COVID season, because the whole economy was closed down and people were at home. They couldn't pay. So Bank of Uganda rolled out the credit relief measures, and these institutions, I'm sure, passed them on to you. But giving you a relief does not necessarily mean that the obligation you have to pay goes away. No. Pay back, but because the money they are lending to you was deposited by another person. When that person comes to pick your savings and you've not paid back, then probably the bank also not have money to pay back that saving. I don't know whether you understand how this credit system works. We have a system of who have money to save, and when the savings come through, they are lent out. And when the payments come from the people who have paid back, the savers are able to get their savings, and the cycle moves around. We have very, very few people in our communities who are lucky to have sufficient capital of their own to do their own businesses. And therefore these institutions, the banks, the credit institutions, the microfinance deposit-taking institutions, come in the middle to bridge whatever financing gaps you may have. Take advantage of these opportunities. I know when you don't take advantage of these opportunities, the money lenders will come in. And I'm sure you've seen these money lenders. I've not had any complaints from your end, but I know probably before the end of this day, we shall have so many comments coming relating to money lenders. My humble appeal to each one of you by Bank of Uganda, institutions that are licensed by the Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority, because at the end of the day, if you find yourself in a difficult spot, you have somewhere to run to complain. And the regulator comes in between you and the lender, and then iron out whatever issues you may have. When you borrow, there's usually a contract you sign. They call it a loan agreement. The experience I've had is that most of us, by the time we go to borrow, we are desperate. We are looking for money left, right, and center. And we don't take the trouble to read these loan agreements. We have requested these institutions, when you go to them to borrow and they've accepted to lend to you, they give you 3 days to go and read through that agreement. If there is anything you think you're not comfortable with, come back to them and tell them, yes, you're giving me this loan, but I realize the interest rate is higher than what I can afford. They will invite you back to the drawing board and say, maybe if you think it's very high, can we reduce the amount that you want to borrow? The reason they are doing this is because they want you to take something, an amount that you should feel comfortable paying back. If you take more than you need for your business, chances are that you end up misappropriating, not applying the resources you've got to the business you intended to do, and end up doing other things. Now, when time comes to repay, you'll have challenges. And when these challenges come, that's when you think about the regulator. Let me run to Bank of Uganda for protection. Let me run to the Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority for protection. And eventually, everything will again end back to the loan agreement. And the loan agreement will be very, very clear. And they say, yeah, you're coming to us, but you agreed that you pay so much every end of month or every end of quarter. So, at the end of the day, it is you to blame. My colleague Winnie talked about spousal consent. These days, when you borrow as a husband or a wife, your spouse is supposed to know that you're going to borrow. Because at the end of the day, when you fail to pay, the burden falls on your spouse and the entire family. So for the well-being of the family, remember the family is the smallest unit. And if there is no stability in that smallest unit in your life, you will not have peace. Be as open with your spouse as far as finances are concerned as possible. Because when challenges come, it is that spouse of yours who will bail you out. You may have your own differences elsewhere, but when it comes to finances, please let them know that I'm contracting this loan and I'm contracting it for this purpose. If it is for acquiring land for the family, it is understandable. He or she will say, yes, we got this loan, we bought this land. If he fails to pay or she fails to pay, then the spouse will say, I'm a beneficiary in this land. Let me also look for something to contribute towards payment of this land. So I know you may have your own challenges with these institutions, but you can't run away from them. We need them in our communities. Those of you who are involved in international trade, and probably you import merchandise from China, America, wherever, you cannot do it on your own without your financial institution. And actually, when the one supplying you with items is looking for who to deal with, they want to deal with your bankers first, because they think your bankers know you better. They know where you stay, they know where your business is, they know how you bank, when you bank, how much you bank, and how your business operates. So don't run away from these institutions, because they are there to help you. And these banks pay taxes. And where do these taxes come from? From the income you contribute. So all of us need these services, and we need to use them beneficially so that these institutions remain in business and can pass on the same services to those who come after you. I think with those few remarks, allow me to stop here, and then we shall respond to questions later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Annington. Pi kope chawa ye ya uno meluongo dano kenne otego nyuenge yungechen ka penyora tie choy papara ka chamero na mongero te penyuno. We call commercial banking because the issues raised were very close to the commercial banking. So in the same vein, I'll move to non-bank finance institution and invite Martin Magezi to summarize if there's anything that Annington didn't intone. Uduogia penny yung agent, Iyunge Martin. I will then invite Birungi Stephen to also say a few words about Financial Markets Department. Make it brief.
Thank you, Lawrence. I greet you all, fellow Ugandans. Ichoningo. I'm called Martin Magizi, and my colleague Hannington has mentioned most of the things that we do. I'm from the Non-Banks Financial Institutions Department. So to add on to what he has mentioned, the Non-Banks Financial Institutions Department, we're in charge of the non-banks as you have heard it. So we're in charge of microfinance deposit-taking institutions. Currently there are 4: Pride, Finca, EFC, and Ilgafort. Then we're also in charge of the credit reference bureau, the credit reference bureaus. He has talked about them. There are 4. We opened up the space. Previously it was 1, but right now, because we opened the space, we now have 4 credit reference bureaus. So that opens up competition. We are also in charge of credit institutions, which are the tier 2s. Post Bank was also in that tier 2. We have 4 institutions there. We have Mercantile. Very recently, one of the institutions became an Islamic bank, Salam Bank. Then we also have the Forex bureaus and money remittance firms. We have over 240 Forex bureaus spread across the country where you can go and exchange your foreign currency and get local currency, or exchange local currency and get foreign currency. So we have over 240 Forex bureaus spread all over the country, including northern Uganda here, Gulu and Arua. Then we have the money remittance businesses, MoneyGram, Western Union, and all those other money remittance businesses as you know them. Very recently, I'm sure you've heard it in the papers, the government gave Bank of Uganda the mandate to supervise the large circles, because these circles take deposits from the public, and as far as Bank of Uganda is concerned, we ensure safety of your deposits. You don't want to be in a, you might be belonging to a circle, so what Bank of Uganda is in charge of is to ensure that your deposits in that circle or that institution, your deposits are safe. You don't want to go to a circle tomorrow and you find your money is not there, or the circle has disappeared, like you've had it in the past. So we are in charge of all those institutions as you've had. So in case you have questions that you want answered about our mandate, and as far as all those institutions are concerned, we are here to do that. And we are glad that some of the financial institutions are here. So I think that is it, Lawrence.
Welcome. Thank you so much, Martin. I will then invite Stephen Birungi from the Financial Markets Department to say a few words about financial markets. Our colleague, the Deposit Protection Fund, represented by the CEO, Mr. Nen Patrick Ezaga. Later, after, I will also invite you to come and talk a bit about DPF. Thank you.
Thank you, Lawrence. Good morning, everyone. All protocol observed. My name is Stephen Birungi. I'm from the Financial Markets Department at the Bank of Uganda. So just very briefly what the Financial Markets does, there are 3 main roles. The main one is we're in charge of implementation of monetary policy. The second one is we are responsible for ensuring that the exchange rate is stable. And the third one is we are in charge of raising money on behalf of government. So I'll focus on the last role briefly. So one of the roles of Bank of Uganda is that we are an agent of government. And every financial, when the minister raises the budget, there's the expenditure side, all the things government intends to do, the roads, infrastructure, and so on. but these have to be funded. So partly through the collection of taxes by URA, but this is never enough, even the other countries in the world, so they have to supplement by borrowing, both domestically and externally. So I'll focus on the domestic borrowing, which is where we come in to raise money on behalf of government, and the instruments we use as Bank of Uganda are treasury bills and bonds. So treasury bills and bonds, very quickly, the difference is the length of the maturity. So these instruments, this is what we use for the public and the other investors to lend money to government, and government will pay an interest. So treasury bills are for a shorter period, 1 year and less, and treasury bonds are for a longer period, and we have standard investment maturities. Treasury bills are in tenors of 91, 182, and 364 days, and treasury bonds are from 2 years, 3, 5, 10, and 15, as well as 20 years. So just to simplify, when you invest in treasury bills, it's like you're growing a short-term cash crop like maize, for instance. It will mature quickly, but the return is relatively lower. Treasury bonds are like eucalyptus. It will take longer, but when eventually you harvest, the return is higher. So in basic speak, that's the difference. So the amount you can invest is as low as 100,000 shillings, but there's no maximum. And we have different types of investors. The commercial banks here are the biggest investors because the returns are good and they're making a lot of money from there. Individuals like ourselves, we have so many people who have invested, and one of the reasons why we move around actually is to increase financial literacy so that people have as much information as possible, so that when you have your money, you can decide where you want to invest it. But one of the benefits of you investing in treasury bills and bonds is, the first one is they are the highest collateral that you can go to a commercial bank and present. Few people know this, but if you've invested in treasury bills of like 10 million and you need money quickly, you just go to a bank and you tell them you have collateral. They will give you close to even 10, because they know that if you default, then they can liquidate these instruments very quickly. The second advantage is that it's a way to diversify. When we talk about treasury bills and bonds, we don't tell people to not invest in the other things and only invest in bills and bonds. But it's the idea of not putting all the eggs in one basket, but try to diversify. So people like to invest in real estate, which is okay. But real estate, from our analysis, if we compare like for like, on average, an investment in like rentals takes 15 years for you to break even. So just as an example, if you invested 100 million and built rentals, it will take you on average about 15 years to get back that before you start making a profit. And this is on the assumption that they are fully occupied all the time, but that's not the case. Tenants are always moving out. Some will take off with so many areas, so that headache is not here in the treasury bills and bonds. Now, compared to the 15-year bond at the current rates, if you invested the same 100 in the 15-year bond and held it for 15 years, at the current rates, on top of the 100 million, you'll have made a profit of 193 million. Now, the one in rentals is just breaking even with all the headache and stress, but for you, you sit back stress-free, 193 million profit, plus your 100, which you'll always get at the end of the period. The other benefit is the ultimate, the person borrowing is government, and government does not default because they will always collect taxes. And we've seen it, the treasury bills were first issued in 1969. Even with the changes in government, there has never been a default because there is a statutory obligation for the government to continue paying these the people who lent the money, because it was used to build infrastructure, the roads that the government inherited. So there's no default. That's why they're called, the treasury bills and bonds are called risk-free instruments world over, because they have the backing of government who are the borrowers. So in short, that's what treasury bills and bonds are about. Maybe what I've forgotten is, especially for what you don't see is that the people who get the NSF benefit, and there was a survey recently, more than 60% go on and start to build a country home, which is a terrible idea. There's an example of someone from Arua who got their benefit. I think they were a bit ambitious. They started a home, they pushed it, but now they ran out of money when it was not complete. No electricity, nothing. Now to make matters worse, what you've done is you've got your last paycheck and locked it up, so there's no liquidity. Now liquidity post-retirement is the most critical thing. In the treasuries and bonds here, especially bonds, every 6 months there's a coupon payment coming to your account, and we hope to spread out. You can invest in different bonds maturing at different times so that the coupon payments every 6 months end up coming like every 2 months on different instruments. What does ensures that you have liquidity is sorted. If there's a medical emergency, for instance, and you need money very quickly, if you've invested in land, you know how difficult it is to sell land. You will run around, and eventually when you get someone and they realize you're desperate, then they'll pinch you. But in the treasury bills and bonds, all you do is go to your commercial bank. In less than 2 hours, they will have bought off that security and given you your money and credited it to the account. So that's one of the other benefits. But very important to know that it's good to diversify, invest in agro-processing, in different things, but also in liquid assets, and government treasury bills and bonds offer that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Stephen. Already there are questions still throwing to the commercial banks that when you go to do treasury bills and bonds, they give you their fixed deposits. They don't want to give you bills and bonds. You'll answer that later. Next, we have, I worship the mayor, we have a presentation from the Director Representative of National Payment Systems, represented here by Anthony Mukuma. Anthony, you're welcome.
And as it comes, there are people who came later when I'd already mentioned about places of convenience. And I'm getting messages in my phone, Pijame Penyo Kakawatabo get the check. Otio Dal Tungcha, you'll move straight, extreme end, and turn left. You'll get the levels, males and females. Apoimate.
Yes, once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. As introduced, I'm from the Payments and Settlement Department of Bank of Uganda, Anthony Mukuma. I would like to tell you what the Payment and Settlement Department briefly does. The department is in charge of payment systems operations. That is, there are payment systems that are operated by Bank of Uganda, also operated by the private sector. Among those operated by Bank of Uganda, we have the RTGS, Real Gross Time Settlement System, the Central Securities Depository System, which administers and manages the government securities Stephen was talking about, the Automated Clearing House, ACH, which clears checks and EFTs, and basically those are the ones run by Bank of Uganda currently. We are also in charge of financial inclusion in the country, where we try to make sure that as more people as possible are banked, come into the financial sector, which is also in charge of financial literacy to make sure that everybody in the country knows about how to handle money professionally and wisely. We're also in charge of oversight of payment systems. This is where payment systems operators and payment systems service providers are licensed and regulated. The focus of the department and the bank as at large is to try to encourage electronic payments. And since the advent of the Payment System Act 2020, we have, so far as of June 2023, licensed 27 payment systems operators. And one of, like I said earlier, we are trying to encourage all Ugandans, all of us, to try and embrace electronic payments. And the electronic payments here we are looking at alongside cash. We try to encourage, because they are more efficient, they are more secure. One of the most prevalent payments, electronic payments that we know of in Uganda, the popular one is mobile money. We're in charge of regulating mobile money, and the mobile money payments have actually increased from, as of June 2023, the volumes have increased by 20.8% from last year. That is from about 4.8 billion transactions to 5.8 billion as of June 2023 from 2022. And the volumes have also increased by significantly by 22.6% from 156 trillion last year to 191.3 trillion end of June 2023. So we are here to also to tell you that the mandate of the bank is to make sure that this payment system, the payment trails are secure and safe, that if you are transmitting money, you are paying out, making payments, that these payment trails are secure and your money will not get lost. That's what it is that Bank of Uganda is to ensure that together with the financial sector, the banks and everyone, that the public have confidence that their money is safe whenever it's being transmitted from one point to another. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anthony. I worship the mayor. Yeah, me lomalo. Dana me law group ame guwako chenne wawano keri bank. Oluwani deposit protection fund. Gin bero bal insurance a bank. Kaini keru chenne ni. Wehan bintitwa anpa oma gimpimo. The CEO, Patrick Konemezaga, please, you're welcome.
Kulentia bino apentia bino Paul otiwo tihiko otoka tukere. Ento anu morokan ni Bank of Uganda, please talk about 50 shillings and the ton notes. Mwana bino kubuyo meye.
I have left a message on the back of the wall there. First stand and see. Don't leave up. Yes, you needed to stretch a bit. We have been sitting for a while. Thank you, Lawrence, for promoting me. He has just made me the Chief Executive Officer of DPF. I received that with the prayers. As it is, my name is Patrick Konemezaga. I am the Director of Communications at DPF. Now, from Director of Communication, there is only one step, I think. So that prayer is well received. I want to tell you the story of DPF in a very simple way, in a manner that you can identify with, because I have less than 10 minutes. In life, we all plan, right? Others plan knowingly, others plan unknowingly. Others plan on a daily. Some of you, as I speak, you're not sure about supper. But others have sorted their supper for the week, isn't it? Now, like every situation in life, you always have to prepare for the difficult times, isn't it? They say there's only one thing that has no beginning and no end, and that is everything else has a start, and we don't pray for the end, but we plan for the end. Now, Deposit Protection Fund is an offshoot from the central bank, and that's why I am glad that we are here. It was part of the central bank, but because of the uniqueness of what we do, government in its wisdom decided that the DPF should be a standalone agency. So it's relatively young, but not very young, since about 2017.
Now, what we do is summarized in 3 areas. Number 1, the nature of the organization. Number 2, how are we funded? And number 3, what's my key message to you? In terms of the nature, as already mentioned, DBF is an agency of government under the Ministry of Finance, established primarily to provide protection to you and me, the depositors. That's number 1. But that protection comes, as I said, at the end. So all this lovely information you are receiving, there is a presumption that, God forbid, should a financial institution collapse, you, the depositor, should not be hard hit. It is almost a fact that as depositors, you are not responsible directly for running down a financial institution. So when it collapses, surely you deserve to be protected in terms of your money. We have had cases before where some banks have collapsed in this country. Greenland Bank, Cooperative, you remember those stories for those who are of age. And globally, the deposit protection principle is also now growing because, as you know, when a bank closes, there is impact on you, the depositor. Now, previously, the protected limit was 3 million. It has been revised to 10 million shillings. And the first question that is coming to your mind is, but what if I have more than 10 million, isn't it? First, I must tell you that at the deposit coverage limit of 10 million, up to 98% of depositors in this country are covered. The majority of you and me Ugandans have between 1 million and 3. If you think I'm lying, check your balance now. Get the phone, we do a quick survey and see how many of you have cash in the account now, and it is 3 million. I don't want to ask you to raise up your hands for security reasons. You may be followed. So with the coverage of 10 million, 98% of depositors are covered. Why is that? The essence of this is to give you the confidence that should anything happen to your financial institution, the DPF is there to come and will pay you up to 10 million instantly. The law says between up to 90 days, but we have put in place mechanisms to make sure anywhere between 7 days to 1 month, you have gotten back your money. Up to how much? If you have more than 10 million, let us assume it is 20 million. For the other 2% of you, this business community, you're more liquid. If you have 20 million, as an example, so DPF comes, we pay you the 10 million, okay? Now, the central bank, at the collapse of an institution, appoints what you call a liquidator. You know, when a bank goes down, the building doesn't go down, does it? So it has some assets and the rest. At the end of that liquidation process, whatever is left, the law requires that those of you depositors who have more than 10 million shillings, you are taken care of there. So the difference is the first 10 million from DPF, chap chap. The balance, you have to wait for the liquidation process. Seems unfair, but at the end of the day, as I said, that's the world of finance. The presumption also is that deposit protection focuses primarily on what we call the bottom of the pyramid. My uncle, your uncle down in the village, whose maximum amount is 1 million at any time. If that gentleman were to lose the 1 million, the net impact on them is much higher than you and me who have 20 million. Many of them have only one account. Some of you who are exposed, you are what we call multi-banked. You have an account in Bank A, Bank B, and Bank C. So the chances that all the 3 banks will collapse at the same time are very minimal and next to zero. The second part of our mandate is, in order for the funds to keep growing, we derive our income from the commercial banks. We have received questions from some of you depositors on whether they are supposed to make a contribution to DPF. No single depositor is supposed to make a contribution to the fund directly. Our source of funding comes from the commercial banks through what we call a premium. Every year we calculate a 0.2%, and that's what they put in a basket. Like the name says, it is the fund, isn't it? So we collect so that should anything happen, we have money to pay you. But the law also allows us to invest in risk-free ventures. So you will not hear that DPF has come to Lira and has bought land around Ngeta for building housing units. There are just too many risks there. You will tie people's money.
What we do, we invest in government treasury bills and bonds, government instruments, those that have no risks almost, those that can easily be turned into money, what we call liquidation. Should anything happen, we should be able to have money to pay you immediately in case the need arises. So it is very important to underscore the fact that in terms of our mandate, what we do is we invest whatever we receive for purposes of growing the fund size. And then finally, just to wrap it up in brief, that there are things you need to do. In case your financial institution, unfortunately, were to go under, what do you do? Number one, you must be current in terms of information. So we request depositors that at any one time, make sure your personal information with your financial institution is up to date. What are we talking about? National identification number. That is currently the most important unique identifier for everyone. Make sure your name is up to date. Some of you change numbers, isn't it? When you change the telephone number, make an effort to reach these people in the banks and say, you have a number of mine, I failed to retrieve it, blah, blah, blah. This is the need. Update your information so that should the need arise, it is easy to locate you and we pay you. We also request for alternative mechanisms of payment. Some of you may want to receive your money in your mobile, but now if the mobile phone, you are Afande Patrick Okema, but you're using the mother of the children's phone in the name of Rosalie Natimango, can we send you that money? There is nothing more apart. So ultimately, your personal information should be up to date. So in terms of helping you to achieve support from the fund, we request that don't take it for granted, keep your information up to date. As you can see from my submission, the Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda comes at the tail end. For us, we don't wish that any institutions could collapse, but we cannot rule out the possibility of that happening. And should that happen, our primary duty is to shield you, the depositor, so that you are safe. Have I made some sense? Now there's a final message up there. Thank you very much.
About finishing up for your Patrick and Zaga. Mando tunisha nenwan tio korja. Cha me pain, me question kere answers. Receiving ugamo kan apenya Paul may joy cho nena kwayo ni along umina Brown me kwan question sa beach yo jate gamo ando kate kwan no uduogo gichingu ke ko kwan ne kanne Brown ajoli apo total umina Lawrence kede jodisha metiekan aput pa mio apenyo donyoho. Permit me to recognize the regional manager me Stanbic Bank Northern Region Adong Benadogwal Tia Kinoakan for your matek. Tike penya beach ame akwanyo pichawani eka tieho tada mio kare boda water eka ntogama penyo kenda hoi ame tokni ya penyo kene ame unikelo apenyi eno kene tia me rwatoko donc kita meno rwata kene ka kwana na rwata kene megi kalipo pero ni ngaro saino berin ino no tere megi dongo kwa ogamo. The first question is the fact that our country seems to be doing well or steadily moving on well. What is Bank of Uganda doing as per currency devaluation or our currency becoming weak against other currencies? Is Bank of Uganda really managing is Bank of Uganda really managing or governing microfinance and the so-called money lending companies? Mano Apeng Miachel, that is the first question that you people raised. The second one says, which commercial banks in Lango sub-region used the 22% of the ACF? Another question says, Winnie, small business fund is also applicable to private schools. But I think Winnie, small business funds, is small business fund also applicable to private schools? Where could we get
the fund. Okay, mano kele mano. But another one, chala kele mano beni. Do schools also borrow loan from the same interest rates with other departments or organizations? Mano dang kele mano. Then the last question I have among the 5. Question 1. What are the steps to be taken to apply for a small business recovery loan? Can a person apply as an individual or groups? Does it require the previous business record or not? That is that. And with this, I think I can be able to direct these questions to the concerned to be able to answer them respectively. Lawrence T. Can we go and we'll make the penyo kene yore kere yore. And look at penny tea put them Italangi nini pen, inomochualo, eka otobere kare me penyo, me kwano kanale. I am done. Akwana habichako iko na me.
Let's have the answers to the first group of 5 questions.
The first one I asked among the 5, someone is growing about 50 shillings and the torn notes.
All right, thank you very much for these questions and this engagement. We have heard your questions. We can feel the things that are important, and we really don't want to leave here until we've had a thorough conversation. So what we are going to do is to quickly distribute these among ourselves. And the question on the exchange rate, Kenneth, why is the Uganda shilling weak? It will be taken by the Director of Communications. The question on money lenders will be taken by Huntington, Director of Commercial Banking. And then Winnie, I would like you to take the rest. That is on ACF. I believe they want to know which commercial banks channeled the 22%. I think somebody is looking for direction. And then on the SBRF, the Small Business Recovery Fund, there was a series of questions under there. Is it available to schools? How do schools get involved? Then what are the steps taken? What do people need to do? Can they do it in groups or solo? So let's start with Kenneth and move in that same order.
Thank you for the questions. Usually when someone says so-and-so is weak, it's in comparison with others, right? There should be a strong person for you to be able to identify a weak person. Our currency is not weak, let me tell you this. If you look at the East African region, let's go to Kenya. Those of you who have done any transactions with Kenya shillings in the past, our currency is much stronger than the Kenyan shilling. The Kenyan shilling has been losing value at a faster rate. So it is not true that our currency is weak, at least compared to the exchange rates of our neighbors, Rwanda, Tanzania, Kenya. Our currency is quite strong. However, the question is, why is our currency where it is? I think that's the most important question. Our currency is market determined. This means that it depends on supply and demand. If the demand increases more than the supply, then it weakens. If the supply increases more than the demand, then it strengthens. Now, the fact that our currency is market determined doesn't mean that BOU just sits back and waits for the market to determine where the exchange rate goes. While we appreciate and ride on the fact that the currency is market determined, if tomorrow the shilling was to start moving very, very fast every day, BOU can come in to do what we call intervention to reduce the volatility. We will not target a specific rate, but we will target reducing the volatility in the exchange rate. How do we do that? We have reserves. We have foreign exchange reserves. Today they are about $4 billion US. So if we find that the currency is depreciating in a very erratic manner, we will sell some dollars to help to stabilize so that the currency depreciates in a normal pace. If we find that it is appreciating, again in a way that destabilizes the market, we will buy dollars again through intervention. So I just thought maybe I could tell you, reassure you that our currency is not weak and that BOU does not, and that it is market determined, but market determined doesn't mean that if there is volatility, BOU will do nothing. We will come in and intervene. Thank you very much.
I'll come in the question of whether Bank of Uganda governs microfinance institutions and money lenders. In my submission earlier on, I told you about the institutions we supervise. And I talked about microfinance deposit taking. Underline that word. Microfinance deposit taking institutions. The Applied Microfinance, Finca, Ugaford, and EFC. I think in Lira you have Finca and Pride. So if, even Ugaford, sorry, I've been corrected, even Ugaford. So if you want to get involved in any microfinance business, deal with those three because they are the ones that are regulated by Bank of Uganda, okay? However, there are other microfinance institutions that are regulated by the Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority. They don't take deposits from the public. And sometimes, and the Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority is still new. Probably it hasn't yet been known by most of you. So in the interim, I suggest you deal with the microfinance deposit-taking institutions that are regulated by Bank of Uganda. The money lenders also fall under the regulation of the Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority. Right now, they are still here and there, but as the Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority gains ground, they should be able to have a stronghold over them and regulate the activities. But in the interim, as I told you, first deal with institutions that are licensed and regulated by Bank of Uganda. Because in case you have a complaint or a problem, you have where to run to with ease. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Governor. I will start by answering the question on which financial institutions have lent the 22%. We have actually had about 10, we have 10 financial institutions that have lent this 22% of the borrowers. I will tell you Equity Bank, most of them are here, Equity Bank, Stanbic Bank, Pride Microfinance, which is a micro deposit taking, Opportunity Bank, Post Bank, Tropical Bank, Uganda Development Bank, Centenary Bank, BFCU, and Bank of Baroda. So you can see that it is almost half of the financial institutions. While there are challenges, we know that there are challenges with some of the banks, including some of these where borrowers have actually failed to access, but we also recognize that they actually are lending. Remember, this SEF, it's a partnership. The banks bear 50% of the risk. It is not just government money. First of all, if you're going to borrow, the bank has got to be able to assess you first, assess your ability to borrow this money and pay it back. The Director of Commercial Banking explained to you the aspects of credit, what it involves. So that is the capacity the bank is assessing. And after they've assessed you, then they will give you the money before they come to Bank of Uganda for reimbursement. So you can see that they are going to take the risk before they even come to us for the 50%. Now, we also have had cases where there may be some eligible borrowers who have failed to access. Those challenges are there.
We are continuously engaging with the banks. We have recently just had a workshop with them, and we know that we will make some good steps towards the banks opening up. Can SBRF kind of schools benefit under SBRF? Yes, schools can actually benefit under the Small Business Recovery Fund, but remember this fund targets the small businesses. So as that school should be able to, be relatively within that range between, I talked about turnover between 10 million and 300 million. Beyond that, they have already been covered by the likes of the Uganda Development Bank and even commercial banks, because then you have the capacity to go to the bank because you have the requirements like collateral and all those other things. Then you can be able to borrow beyond the 300 million. So yes, schools can be able to benefit. Who can benefit? You can benefit as an individual borrower. You can benefit as a group. And I think I mentioned that under the ACF. The same applies for the small business recovery. It can be a partnership. You can actually borrow as two people. It can be a group. It can be a circle. It can be a cooperative. What are the steps? I mentioned the requirements earlier, and I said, one, for a small business, you must be able to show that you are actually affected by COVID-19. Because remember, this is a COVID recovery fund. So you should be able to demonstrate that you are affected by COVID-19. Therefore, you must have some records, to show, because how are you then going to be able to demonstrate the turnover? But for me, I was making 10 million during the year. How do you get that? You should be able to show some kind of records. But also, record keeping is very important, because that is the only way that government will track whether or not you're actually paying revenue, for example. Businesses, you're supposed to give back. Well, government is giving, but you're also supposed to give back to government through taxes. So I know many businesses don't want to keep these records because of the fear of ERA, but it is important that we maintain records. That's the only way we will benefit from such interventions. So you must have records. That's the only way you will be able to demonstrate that you have turnover of 10 to 300 million. You should be able to employ at least 2 people, between 2 people and 49 persons. And the maximum amount you can get is 200 million. I think I mentioned that. And that you can actually use some of this money to pay off an existing loan you have with the financial institution. I talked about block allocation under the ACF earlier. We have actually introduced this under the small business recovery, also to take care of the micro borrowers who don't have collateral, but can use things like chattel mortgage. Hannington explained that very well. You can present your chattel, you can present your assets you have, whether it's a motorcycle or TV, even your stock, in the garden. I know banks can actually come to your garden or come to your business and assess your stock and be able to lend against that. They will also lend you against your character. And that was well explained, and that's why it is very important that you borrow and pay so that your credit record is clean. Then the banks will be enticed to actually lend because they see that you borrow and pay well. And then, of course, cash flows. If you go to the bank and you don't have the potential to pay, what's the first thing you do before you borrow? Ask yourself, will I be able to pay this loan? And how am I going to be able to pay the loan? Remember, the loan has an interest element. It means that even if they give you a grace period, before you start paying the loan, you're going to be servicing interest. So where are you going to get that? Interest. So you need to be able to have some cash flow for you to be able to, encourage the bank to lend. No bank will give you money if they don't see the potential for you to be able to pay this loan. Remember, the money that the bank is giving you, it's depositors' money, part of it. The director explained to you that they are lending that money, it has to come back so that when I have a saving my savings in the bank and I want to go there tomorrow, I am able to easily get my money back. They won't tell me that, oh, we lent this money to somebody and they are not yet paying, so please first wait before you get your money. That won't happen. So please, we give you this information, but it is important that you go and do a self-assessment. Assess yourself. First of all, know whether you want the loan, how are you going to use it, or what are you going to use it for, and is the money going to come back before you go to have a conversation with the bank. Thank you very much. This is an important clarification, Winnie. And I think on the question of the loans extended to support the agriculture sector and the small business recovery fund, and also touching on the question that I think it's Geoffrey said, and our colleague from Mr. Tile, let us hear from the banks. I want to invite Regional Manager Stanbic. Yes, there has to be a context that you should be able to give so that we all understand what are the practical issues. We are talking about the principles. I mean, and at the end of the day, we want people to be in a position where they are empowered to know what it takes to engage. But we cannot run away from the issues that commercial banks require. And so let's balance that boat, so to speak, in terms of knowledge, so that at the end of the day, we are able to make these interventions more effective. I'm going to invite you, and if your colleagues want a minute or two, but please let's wrap this one up and then we do the next round.
Adong Benarogwala Jolly. I will take the opportunity to recognize our regulators, and you'll forgive us for coming in a little bit late. There's something that we're sorting out. And then all the other invited guests and our dear customers, good morning. My name is Bernard Ogwao. I take care of Stanbic Bank business in Northern Region, that is Lira, Acholi, and West Nile. We're also privileged to host Bank of Uganda. They are just close to us, and we thank them for coming over because it's helped businesses a lot, especially in this part of Northern Region. Now, in regards to the agricultural credit finance, I like by stating clearly that the agricultural credit finance is there and the bank gives. And I think if I'm to play back, we've given very many customers these loans, and that I think from 2009, 2008, yes. And we also have beneficiaries in Lira City here. But because we have, there is what we call oath of confidentiality, we can't come out and we start saying, this one we gave, this one we gave, this, no, we don't do that. But for you who wants to benefit from the agricultural credit finance, it is important for you and I to get to know what is required of you. Whereas the central bank wants us to benefit, whereas the government through the central bank wants us to benefit, it's not going to be this kind of situation where we think that if we want money, we just walk in the bank, we take it, and that is it. And there's a reason to that. So you see, when we're giving out money, there are some lending criteria that we need to meet. And drawing back, because I've worked in the Northern Region for 17 years now. If I look at generally the problem that most of our business people have faced when it comes to borrowing, the agricultural credit finance, there has been an element of information gap where we assume that you just walk in the bank and you get money. I want to be very honest and sincere with you and say that that's not the case. You need to meet the lending criteria, and that should be backed up by cash flows. And what is cash flows? Remember that when you get a loan, you have to pay it back, isn't it? Not so? Do you all know? If you get a loan, you have to pay back that loan on a monthly basis. Now, there is a group or the majority of us who have land, bare land. I have land, I want to do agriculture. You walk into the bank and say that I have 150 acres of land. Give me agriculture credit finance. For you to get agriculture credit finance, you should be in agriculture and there is something that you're already doing and you're coming in to get money to boost that business or that agribusiness that you're doing. And in doing that, then you're able to move from one level to another level. Are we together? Now, the problem that we've been having is that the majority of us who come, we have bare land, we have an idea, a very beautiful idea, and we want money. Now, when we go into the requirements, for instance, we ask, what is the source of cash flow? How are you going to pay off this loan? That becomes a problem. That becomes a problem. So if we are to get to know what is required, so for instance, and they've talked about it, the SCF, it's actually one of the cheapest loans. 12% you're able to get. However, you must be involved in an activity which is agriculture related. Either you are doing farming or there is something that speaks to agriculture that you're doing. And from the bank's point of view, we will then assess your business and what you're doing. We'll look at the cash flows. We'll look at whatever form of business that you're doing. Of course, it should be a business that is agreed. For example, you're not in the business of selling guns, or you're financing rebels or terrorists, because a funder will again come and say that what kind of business is this that you're financing? So it should be a business that subscribes to the laws of Uganda. You meet your taxes with URL, you're compliant, but at the same time, that business that you do, the cash flow is linked to the bank. So when you do that business on a monthly basis, there is a bank that you're in, and I'm not speaking on behalf of the bank of Stanbic alone, I'm speaking on behalf of banks. So there is a bank account that you have where on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis, you put the proceeds of the business. So that when it comes to the repayment of that loan, the bank does not have to start struggling to look for you to get that the monthly repayment amount for you to deposit in your account. Also, you must be in position to demonstrate what is it that you, and I like sharing this knowledge because it's very important. If you're a husband or a wife, let your family get to know the business that you're doing so that you have a well-organized management structure, not a business where when it's time for lunch and daddy is going to eat, you close the door and you go away. Because someone may come to check on you at that time or you're missing. The other thing that I thought that I should also share is that if that owner, the primary owner, the person who started the business dies, God forbid, that also marks the end of the what? Of the business. So it's important that from a management point of view, from a sustainability point of view, you are able to have a proper management structure that somebody is able to see that in terms of the people who run this business, in terms of the continuity of this business, this is what happens and this is how this business is managed. Then there's one point that we all need to know, being honest with the bank. So most of us, when we come without good ideas to sell with the bank to get money, we just give the bank one leg of what we're saying. Then the other one, which is very important, which will build a relationship with you with the bank for a longer period, you don't provide it. Remember that the relationship between the bank and the customer is based on what? On trust. Again, T-R-U-S-T. It is not the land that you have, the 100 acres of land, the 2,000 acres of land that you have, that you're coming to give the bank to give you money. No, be a trusted person. If you're a trusted person and you open up and you give the bank all the information that you need, it becomes easy for the bank to find a way of structuring for you a loan and helping you, even if your security that you're providing is not good enough. Because then the bank knows that this person, even if we give them this amount of money, they will do what? They will pay back. So as I summarize, don't be that person who has two mobile lines that if you borrow money from one line and you're unable to pay, you abandon that line, and the next time somebody wants to send you money, you say, don't send it on this line, please let me initiate. Because if you do that, then you're spoiling your relationship with the bank. Thank you very much.
Upaya Tech
Adong Bernard. Ti bang mara mitu medo dari gina Bernard ko bani. Okay. Yeah, 1 minute.
Our regulator and the general public. My name is Boniface. I'm a branch manager at Bank of Africa Lira branch. I'm going to add something very little onto what RM has already talked about. In regards to recovery fund, the first thing that is so hard for us as to why you see the uptake is too low is that majority of customers cannot provide for us evidence of what they were before COVID and where they are now after COVID. Because the main essence of COVID Relief Fund is to help us take you back from where you were to improve you much better. So that information is very limited with the customers. And secondly, majority of businesses which were really affected by COVID, you may find that most of them could have closed. And the essence of this money is to ensure that we improve on the business. But we realize that some businesses, during COVID, their financials were so bad, meaning their financial cards have already been tainted during that time. And now that they did not improve their position, up to the time when we're supposed to give them money, their financial card reports are not doing very well. And indeed, it becomes hard for the bank to take on a non-performing loan. A non-performing loan is a loan which is not being paid. And a client walks in right now and says, my business is not doing well, I want money right now. It is very hard for the bank to buy a non-performing loan. And on ACF, record keeping for our customers is really, really, really very poor. The bank gives you money based on where you are now, the previous record that you're presenting. The bank does not give you money based on assumptions and projections. The bank would want to see where are you now, and that is the point where the bank will come in and borrow you money. So majority of the customers do not have that information as far as cash flows is concerned. And as we speak about bankings, the uptake of bank is too low. Very few people frequently use their accounts. So the bank will need cash flows to justify their ability. And that information sometimes is so hard for us to get. Somebody buys their produce, sell, the money never reaches the account, it's not on the books, and we are unable to. And my humble request is, this kind of engagement is very important, both to the bank and to the local layperson down. If only this engagement can be done again and again, we reach out to a left tongue, we reach down to a molata, so that even people who are down there can get this information. It will be very, very important. To deposit protection, if it is a requirement that when we are opening an account, you should capture an alternative account. But majority, 90% of our public, when they walk inside the bank and they open an account, you ask them, please give us an alternative account so that in an event that this and this happens, we have where to take your money. It is very hard to get that from a customer. The first thing they will think about is, why do you want to know about my account which is in another bank? So in that, also that's what, it becomes a challenge, and the only alternative you have to say, give me your phone number. But when that phone number gets lost, 5 months down the road is another person using that number. So at the end of the day, this will also affect you as a person. So we request that this engagement continue so that people get to understand that bank is the safest place to keep money. Someone who has a group in a Molata, in Ototo will bring money to the bank. At the end of the day, we'll be able to support them. Thank you very much. Management of Bank of Uganda and the presenters and all members present here. My name is Patrick Jimmy Okema. I am Superintendent of Police, Public Relations Officer for this region. I am stood up just to make one comment. I'm extremely excited with this engagement this is something that I think our community are missing a lot. And I would wish just to bring one recommendations. I was trying to share with Bernard here. I don't know within your arrangement as commercial banks, whether it's possible for you to have like an association that brings you together rather than waiting for Bank of Uganda, which comes once in a while. It may be upon you to organize resources, mobilize resources, and later on either quarterly basis or whichever period you so wish is good enough for you, and we'll be engaging people so that they don't miss some of this very critical information, because these are the minority. The majority are still outside there and they're missing this very critical information. Thank you very much.
That was a brief one from my OB.
Lawrence, allow me to make this one point, and I want to really thank SP Okema for that important intervention. What this is telling us, if I'm to summarize, is information asymmetry and how we can all be playing the part we are meant to be to make this thing operate seamlessly. So, to follow up on his request, and I'm going to make a specific request to the Chamber of Commerce, see if you can organize the different tiers of businesses, of beneficiaries, where there is need for further engagement. Such an engagement is one big day, but in reality the conversation needs to continue. If you are organized that way, we'll even come with the banks and have a proper conversation, including going into the specific cases. But let's agree the principles. When we go to banks, we have responsibilities. That is clear. We have to provide records. A bank can't lend without records. The regulator has, and the government, we want this thing to grow. You want it to borrow. You want the money, to grow. Let us all do our part, and I really want to pledge that if that can be made more feasible for us, we are going to come back and have more specific engagements. Let me just make one point as we end, just to show the importance of why banks are insisting on records and why the process is structured like this. This fund, the government capitalization, actual government money put in, is 275 billion. Today we are talking about growth to the tune of 818, out of which half of it, 414 billion, came from the commercial banks. What does this tell you? That it's a performing program. Its non-performing assets are only 1.1%. But from 275, government's share of 414, there has been growth from that level to 414. It means that when you and I meet our obligations, other Ugandans are able to. Otherwise, you'd either be calling this a non-performing government asset, which it isn't, and failing to take it forward. So, the patriotic contribution of all of us is when we come to do our obligation such that it can grow and the next Ugandan can benefit from that growth. And also the government does not have a burden of either covering return capitalization due to erosion, but just for the purpose of growth. The second point I want to sign out with is to demonstrate what it has done in the banking sector. So in 2009 at the beginning, lending to the sector, lending to agriculture sector from the commercial banks was 200 billion, thereabouts. We're talking about 2.2 trillion now. It means that the banks have learned, improved, and invested more in this sector. It's not perfect yet, we have issues here and there, but it shows that collectively, using the footprint of banks and their reach where the government is not, we can extend this to more and more Ugandans in the countryside. What then do we have to do? On the side of the framers of the SEF, the government, the Bank of Uganda, and in partnership with commercial banks, every effort will be made
to make it easier as time goes on. You've seen that now things like block allocations have come. There's something she didn't mention, agriculture insurance, which maybe if there are other questions you can go into. You know, we've moved away from something which was highly accessible to a restricted category of borrower to the point of block allocation, somebody can borrow as small as 300,000. So continuously this will be improved, but it must perform. And we all have a duty to sign up to its performance. We will come back on this issue because I can sense it is a very important one. But let's for now continue with the questioning, the Q&A on other ones.
Thank you, Madam Christine. We're going to read the next set of questions. Madam Christine, in 2020, I accessed SCF loan to buy a tractor through Post Bank. The repayment period was 3 years, 6 monthly. I was paying on time, and at the last payment, I paid 5 million shillings and requested for another loan by asking for more to enable the outstanding amount or to run separately. To my dismay, the bank refused and instead advised me to get a normal commercial loan at 20%, which I had no option. Is this right? What should I do? The next question. There are some institutions whereby you save your money for long, you go and find the money is not there. Where does the money go? What is BOU doing to money lenders who overcharge us interest? Next one. After making an investment in Treasury bond, how do I track my investment? Is there a digital platform where I can analyze the bond market before making investment? If the market crashes, what happened to my Treasury bond or bill? From Jolly Joe. Another question. When will the construction of Bank of Uganda branch in Lira begin? If we have a branch, we will get more money. Please, Madam Governor, we want the branch to begin. I am Mr. Okello Dan, one of the agent bankers for Stanbic Bank Lira. Last year, agency banking cut some money from my agent bank account, up to 1 million shillings. An agent went ahead and deducted from my account up to 800,000. I went to Stanbic Bank, they failed to explain this to me. What happened to the system? I need help. Question to Winnie. Last time I went to Centenary Bank to get a loan of 1.5. Last time I went to Centenary Bank, I wanted a loan of 4 million. Instead, they gave me 1,500,000. They said agricultural loan, they don't give more than 1,800,000. I was given a business loan at 30%. Why am I being given small amount and being cheated? I am Dickens Cole. When you take ACF and engage in production agriculture, but unfortunately, the crop is destroyed by hailstorm or rain, what do? I will fail to pay back the money. What proof is needed to show that I qualify for Small Business Recovery Fund? In the past, we had challenge with commercial banks. What assurance and safety shall we have, taking into account that the 12% interest will be given and not going to be added anything on top? Is there any age limit for ACF? I am 65 years old. I asked for a loan. They refused to give it to me. Bank of Uganda, we need your help. I went to one of the banks in Lira here. I wanted to start processing my loan as early for the next season. This is what the bank told me. They give ACF to those farmers who have land title only. They only give to those ones who are doing commercial agriculture. They say they give from 20 million and above for buying tractors and lorry. I have 10 acres of land, not lease, without land title, but I'm very much interested in doing agriculture as a business person. What should I do? The last, then we answer this. Many farmers don't have records. If I have records in my head, can I give the bank? Madam Governor, you can answer those ones.
You know, we all have many things in our heads, but we have to provide evidence. We have to remove them from the head somehow. But these questions, I think, are dominantly in the area of ACF, SBRF, and I hope, Winnie, if you've been taking notes, we will end with you so that you answer them comprehensively on the ACF, SBRF. I hope you picked them up. I won't go back into them. And then there's a question about someone not finding their money in their account, and again, the one about money lenders, I would like Huntington to come back into those questions. And then Stephen, there's a question on is he in? Stephen is, oh yes, you're there. Yes, there's a question about, do we have digital platforms for government securities? Let me just request Dickens and the person who asked the question before him. These are very specific details, but the good thing is here we are today. So I'm going to request that you go to that table and give your specifics, because on the specifics of the help you need, we need to know the specifics of the issue. So now that we're here, let's answer that question in better detail, in specific terms, and I'll request that we deal with it in that way. Lastly, I'll request my colleagues, the commercial banks, to tell us about age limits and why they tell farmers that they only give ACF to, they only require land titles. I'm going to call you in for that one. I will end with the one about the branch. So let's start in that manner. Huntington, then Winnie, commercial banks, I will end.
Thank you very much, Christine. Let me respond to the question of why, if you keep your money in a bank, and when I say bank, I mean commercial banks, credit institutions, and microfinance deposit-taking institutions, for long it disappears. Under the laws that govern banking in Uganda, if you have an account in any of those institutions, and you have money in that account, and for 10 years you have not appeared, that money is taken to Bank of Uganda for safe custody. For safe custody. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to lose that money. If you come back after 10 years and you go to your bankers and ask for your money, they'll tell you you've not been seeing you for 10 years, and we took this money to Bank of Uganda. And they'll ask you to open another account with them, and then they write Bank of Uganda, and your money will come back to you. It's not that it has disappeared. It is taken to Bank of Uganda for safe custody, and when you come to claim it, it comes back. Now, if in the unlikely event that the owner of the account has passed on, you have to go through certain procedures, legal procedures. You go to the lawyers, you estate, the administrator general has to know who's supposed to run the affairs of the late, and then you write, you inform your bankers, they write to the central bank, and the money will be sent back to the account. So don't lose hope and faith in financial institutions simply because you think your money will disappear and you'll never get it back. No, it will come back to you. Let me also get back to the issue of agent banking. Stanbic, again, as the representative of the deputy governor mentioned, I'll ask you at a later stage to come in and explain to this agent what exactly happened and how they can get back their money, because they must be suffering quietly. And as the SP indicated, this is just the people who are here are a representative of the many who are out there who are not able to come and voice their concerns. So when you respond to these issues, you'll be responding to more than the people who are here. Thank you.
Stephen, where are you? Please come and tell us about the platforms.
Yes, thank you for the question. The question was, is there a way you can track your investments in treasury bills and bonds? Yes, so in the old days when you'd invest, they'd give you a physical certificate with a serial number showing you've lent government 1 million shillings. This is the interest government will pay you, and this is how long it will be. But things are automated now. So we have a system which is called the Central Securities Depository, which is at the Bank of Uganda. But all the commercial banks have access to it. So the way the process works when you're looking to invest in treasury bills and bonds, you do not come to Bank of Uganda to open an account. Even as staff, we don't have accounts in Bank of Uganda. We have in commercial banks, and the salaries will go there. So you approach your commercial bank and express your interest to open this, we call it CSD account in short, but it's Central Securities Depository, with an intention to invest in treasury bills and bonds. So, but the starting point is you should have a savings or current account with the commercial bank, and then in addition, they will open for you this CSD account. The process is simple. There's a standard 2-page form that you'll fill in. And then once they've done that, and then we will have money on the account. You can first save on the account when you reach a certain target amount, maybe 5 million, 10 million, etc. Then now you request your bank to invest on your behalf in the treasury bills and bonds. What I did not mention is every 2 weeks, you'll have seen in the newspapers, Monitor, New Vision, and the others, or even on TV, we issue what is called an invitation to tender, which is basically a notice to the investing public out there that will be issuing these treasury bills in the next 2 weeks, and these are the details. And then for the treasury bonds, every month we issue once. And this is what we call the primary market, and we have what we call a primary dealer system. There are 8 banks that come to this primary auction, which is the very first time Bank of Uganda is issuing these securities. And then there's the secondary market, where at any time anyone looking to buy or invest in a certain instrument will approach the commercial banks, and they'll be able to buy it. So we call that the secondary market. Or similarly, if for any reason you need your money, as we said, one of the benefits of these treasury bills and bonds is they are very liquid. In other words, you can sell them off and get your money back very quickly. So you approach your commercial bank again and say maybe you have a health emergency, I need my money quickly. So in under 2 hours, they will tell you, they will just contact head office treasury and then get the price, and then they'll put the proceeds on your account. So yes, there's that system, and similar to your bank account, you can go to a commercial bank and request for a statement. They'll give you a statement showing you what you've invested in, when each instrument is maturing, what's the interest. And so you're able to track what you've invested in. What will happen if the financial markets crash? Fortunately, you have a very credible central bank, and don't even foresee that because BOE is very, very credible. But don't forget the ultimate borrower is government, and where we started from is that government does not default. So and these instruments are called liquid instruments for a reason. You can sell it off if you need your money very quickly. You go to a commercial bank and you'll be able to get your money if you need it. Thank you.
I asked you to clarify on
There's
the
a
agents.
Centenary Bank and another bank. One bank Centenary, then Mr. Gwal, you can come. Come with Felix, two of you. Yes. Felix Achiro, Manager Centenary Bank, and Regional Manager, Mr. Gwal.
So much. My name is Felix Achiro, Team Leader Centenary Bank. My name is Felix Achiro, Team Leader Centenary Bank. All protocol observed. I would also like to, in the same vein, to appreciate this gentleman standing here. Lawrence Olobo, when I joined the bank, is the one who trained me. So he's our OB. Thank you so much for training me. Even his tips, I still kept them. There was a question that was directed to Centenary Bank, that someone came, applied for 4 million, and then in between there was given 1.5. It was an agri loan. Yeah, we must admit as a bank, there are processes that we actually take before giving out these loans. And agriculture, why the government also came in to cushion the 50%, and the banks also 50%, it's because of the risk. Now, if this person had actually applied for an agricultural loan that is not ACF, our team could have appraised this gentleman. And remember that we are dealing in a facility that is highly risky. We basically have to take some precaution through the normal appraisal processes. I want to believe that the officer who handled this gentleman must have appraised him and really saw that he basically qualified for what he was given. If that is not the case, I will basically invite that gentleman to come to my office tomorrow, and then we revisit that file and see where could we have flowed as a bank. But what I know, the appraisal took some course, and what he qualified for was basically what was given to him. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I think there are two questions. I'll start with the one of age limit. And I don't want to assume that this was either directed to us or to another person. But if I was to use the example of Stanbic and salary loans in particular, so these loans are insured against death and permanent disability. Are we together? And the insurer who takes care of that risk of death and permanent disability, okay, put in some clauses. For instance, what age are we able to take in terms of this risk that we're going to be exposed to? Because when you lend money, there is a risk you're exposing yourself to. Are we together? So at the moment, to respond to that person who raised the question of 60 years, 65. At the moment, that age limit of 65, from our side, we are not considering based on the fact that insurance is not taking on that age limit. However, it is something that we can go back and then review. Of course, it would come at a premium. That most likely then, the insurance for that person, the premium would be slightly higher than the other person who is taking a loan, whose age is below that. The other thing about the age that I also want to be honest with you is that at 65, the risk associated with you and I is higher, because at that level, at that age group, there's that element of diseases that come along with that age. So from an insurance point of view, the insurance looks at the risk because of that age group. So maybe what we need to be doing now, and something which I will take as feedback, is how do we look at the price or the premium for people at this age group if we were to lend to them. That is basically for people who are taking salary loans. However, if you are taking a business loan, because there are other modalities or mechanisms to manage the risk, to mitigate the risk, for instance, collateral. So either you're putting in a land title, or you're putting a chattel mortgage, or there are also companies, and I'm sure most of you may not be knowing, there are companies that guarantee risk, okay? There are companies that guarantee risk on behalf of a customer by taking over a percentage of risk. For instance, if you're taking a loan of 1 billion, they are willing to take up to a risk of 70% of that, which is 700 million. So you pay a premium for that, but that guarantee, you can use it as collateral. You can use it as security if you want to take a loan. Are we together? So if you want to get the details of those companies, you can always feel free to talk to us. One of them is called ATIDI, that is African Trade and African Trade Insurance, Africa Trade Investment and Insurance, something like that. Back to the issue of the agent, I would start by apologizing to that agent. I don't know who it is. I want to start by apologizing to that agent. That Stanbic Bank treats the issue of client experience very, very seriously. If you walk in any of our branches, the 11 branches in the Northern Region, you're treated in a degrading, inhuman, and professional manner. That staff of the bank or any part of the country will be disciplined, including being dismissed. If you walk to the bank and you are unable to get an explanation which was satisfactory, please, I beg you not to walk away. You have a right to get your issue, your concern, your complaint solved to the dot, and we also call you again to confirm that that issue was resolved the way you expected it to be resolved. And I want to state the different channels that we use to make sure that when it comes to client experience, it's non-negotiable. We do have a customer care center. That customer care center, we also call it the voice branch. It works 24 hours, day and night. When you call 0800 150 150, 0800 150 150, anytime, if the branch did not resolve your issue well, it will be picked at that level, it will be escalated to me, and we'll have that issue resolved. So to that agent whose issue was not resolved well, please, I beg you, and I'm going to read for you my phone number, 0772 474 930. 0772 474 930. Please feel free, reach out to me or call the customer care center number, customer contacts, the voice branch. But also we have the branch manager of Lira. Sunny, please stand up and just for people to see you here. The branch manager of Lira is here. Are we together? That's the branch manager of Lira branch. Any concern that you have, please never walk away from Stanbic minus being satisfied. But also I want to give you another commitment that the regulator, through what we call the Key Facts Document, KFD, allows you to be given a product and you explain everything end to end. Are we together? And then also through the Bank of Uganda Consumer Protection Guidelines, we have a responsibility to take you through what you need to know, and you have a right to question the bank in everything that you don't know. So these are some of the things that I needed to share with you in details, just for you to know that we work in a very transparent world. So please, for that agent in particular, whose issue was not resolved well, I urge you, I implore that you reach out to me, reach out to the customer contact center if in any case you miss out seeing me, but I'm still here, so that your issue is resolved. And lastly, Madam Christine, you will allow me just say this, and Director Huntington, we have our last month going on, and this very month on the 27th and 28th, at the Mayor's Garden, we are going to give traders the opportunity, over 200 traders, to come and sell to our public. And the traders, we are the ones going to house them. So you who is here, please find time and come, because it's going to be a wonderful 2 days, Friday and Saturday. That is just part of what the bank is doing to make sure that the traders are supported, but also we bring out things that we do and share with the wider public. I thank you.
Thank
you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sulaiman Katindi from Pride Microfinance. I just wanted to add one small submission on the insurance age limit. Yes, it is a common challenge across the sector, but what we are doing, or what other institutions are doing, is when you are of advanced age, what happens, you can come, you can borrow jointly with maybe your son, who is, when the two of you, when they look at the two of you, insurance is able to give that insurance. So it can happen when you do a joint borrowing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Somebody asked about the proof to qualify for SBRF. I think I went through this when I was talking about SBRF, and I said, one, you have to have a business that is there, because if you closed because of COVID, then the likelihood of you demonstrating potential for recovery is not possible, because you have already closed. So that business must be there, struggling, but there. Then you should have records, of course, to show how you are performing before COVID and how you are impacted by COVID, because then the bank is able to see a drop in your sales. So that is very important. The other details, I think I talked about them. You have to be employing between 2 to 49 persons, and those are the key 3 things. 1, employment. 2, turnover between 10 million and 300 million. 3, you must be able to demonstrate potential for recovery. It means it should be a business that is still going. Somebody talked about what happens if my crops are destroyed and I'm not able to pay. Okay. First of all, under the agriculture credit facility, there is a grace period of up to 3 years. But of course, the grace period is applied depending on the nature of your business. So you will not go to the bank and say, for me, I heard that the grace period is 3 years, so please you have to give me 3 years. No, it depends on the nature of the business, the turnaround time for the cash flow. So if it is, for example, if you're into maize is 6 months you are already harvesting and selling. So there's no reason the bank is going to give you a grace period of 2 years. Okay? Those that are into processing, because then you have to buy machinery and import and install, those ones are likely to require a longer grace period for them to actually start production. So those are the ones that are likely to get up to 3 years of grace period. So but what that means that if you, for example, taken a grace period of 1 year, and your loan period is, for example, 4 years, and along the way, you have had a challenge in terms of repayment with cash flows, then you can always go back to the bank, sit down with the bank and say, I have failed to meet my repayments as agreed because of ABCD, and they can be able to see that indeed the challenge is there. Then they can reschedule your loan or restructure your loan or add you an additional grace period because you still have up to the 3 years. So the bank can look at your situation and be able to extend your grace period or restructure your loan so that you pay a smaller installment. Now, there is, the Deputy Governor talked about insurance, agriculture insurance. This is not something the Bank of Uganda manages. It is, but it is another government intervention that was introduced to complement the ACF, but also to help farmers cushion some of those risks that are unforeseeable. So it's a subsidy from government, where government pays a certain portion depending on the nature of the business, whether it is crop or animal husbandry. I think up to 80%. The farmer contributes a very small portion of the premium. And so that in the event that you have a problem, then the insurance company is able to, through that subsidy, is able to pay the bank. If you have a loan, then they pay the bank. If you don't have a loan, then they will compensate you, and then you can continue. You can be able to go back and start production. That, I think, in the future we'll probably arrange to have the Ministry of Finance and the insurance consortium, which is the composition of the insurance companies that are actually giving out this subsidy. So that will happen. I think we can arrange that the next time we come here. We will arrange to have the insurance consortium come and tell you more about this product. But it is there, and you should take advantage of it. And I'm sure they have an office here that is responsible for that. You can take advantage so that you are cushioned against these risks. Somebody asked, what assurance do I have that banks won't charge an interest rate higher than 12% or 10% for SBRF? Now, banks are responsible for appraisal or ensuring that, assessing the borrower. So they assess you when you go there, you present your business proposal, or you present your records, and you apply for the loan. Then they assess you. The assessment entails looking at the documentation you have presented. They will come to your business to see physical eligible. Then they will give you a loan agreement. The Director Commercial Banking talked about it. That loan agreement or key facts document to detail what the terms of the loan are going to be. This is going to be the interest rate, this is going to be the facility fee or the charges that we're going to charge off this loan, and other details. Now, when they do that, all that documentation is given to Bank of Uganda. We at Bank of Uganda assess compliance in line with the requirements of the ACF. We assess that indeed the interest rate is 12% and not beyond, because it can actually be lower, because 12% is the cap, and we have that borrowers who have actually accessed these loans at lower than 12%. So they will assess and see, will make sure that the facility fees or the fees, excess charges, are not beyond what is allowable of 0.5%. That the borrower is not charged excessively, and all other things. So before we actually reimburse the bank, The other 50% that I talked about, and for the MDIs and credit institutions, actually, it is 70%. Their contribution is only up to 30%. Before we reimburse them, the government portion that Bank of Uganda holds, we have to make sure that all these things are in compliance. But also, we have Auditor General that audits these schemes annually. So they come and look at our records. Then they also come to the field, and I'm sure some of you have actually interacted with the Auditor General. They come and make sure that what we have and what the commercial banks or financial institutions have does not differ from what the borrower is saying. So they make sure that the interest rate is according to what the records say. But also the Ministry of Finance, which is government, they have a budget monitoring unit. They also go ahead and follow up with the farmers, the end borrowers, to make sure that the records also tie, that the borrower got the money. Our records, if we say that so-and-so got 50 million, they'll come to you and say, did you actually get this money? Yes. What was the interest rate they charged? Was it beyond 12%? So we have all these levels of ensuring compliance with the schemes guidelines. And where we find that the banks have actually charged excessively, we make sure that this money is refunded to the borrowers before we give them back the 50% of government. If somebody asked whether the banks give loans only to those who have collateral, yes, and I think we emphasize the issue of collateral, that the collateral is only insurance for the bank. That in the event that you fail to pay, because remember, some of you may not have records, for example, may not have realistic cash flows. And so in the event that you fail to pay, what is the comfort for the bank? What is it that the bank will hold on to? First of all, to make sure that you actually pay, because you will want that collateral back. But also that they are able to liquidate and get the money back. Remember, this money is for depositors, it is for the shareholder, so it has to come back. But also, we introduced, I talked about block allocation. For those that don't have collateral, block allocation, if you don't have a land title, if you don't have a building like this to pledge, it allows you to borrow against other options. For example, group guarantees, shuttle mortgages, cash flows, and the credit history. So this is where now we emphasize the need to make sure that you have records, to make sure that you have a clean a CRB report, borrow and pay back well. Make sure that the groups that you have, you know, and the director of commercial banking talked about it earlier and stressed the importance of making sure that you make good with those groups that are going to guarantee you. Because when you fail to pay, those are the ones that will vouch for you. Or even when you're going to borrow, those are the ones that will vouch for you. If I have records in my head, can that work? And I'm glad that all of you laughed when the question was raised, because it shows that, you know, it is really unrealistic. You have the records, so extract them from the head and put the records on paper, so that the bank is able to come, look at what you have done, and look at what is on the ground, and assess whether it is realistic. But also look at industry practice. If you say, I sell so much, you cannot sell, for example, if a cow average is 1.5 million, a local bid, you cannot say that for me I sold at 10 million. Really, that one, you know. So they use all sorts of assessment to see whether the information you have put is actually realistic, whether the evidence is there, and so they're able to assess you accordingly. Thank you very much.
Deputy Governor, with your permission, there's a question that was raised about why money lenders are charging high interest rates. And I just wanted to provide feedback that money lenders are not under the regulatory purview of Bank of Uganda. Money lenders under the Tier 4 law are under the Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority. But maybe to just give you an update, there, a few weeks ago, I'm sure you know, because it was in the press, the President directed the Minister of Finance to put out a regulation that caps interest rates for money lenders. And I know that the ministry with the minister with other stakeholders have been conducting meetings to see the most viable options as far as capping interest rates are concerned. And the most recent engagement was held yesterday. So I think a position will be reached and the public will be informed on the next steps. So I think that is where that issue is. I just wanted to provide that update. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the questions in the first place and to our colleagues who have answered them. I think it shows that the commodity we really need to work together for is information. Information is power, and I am seeing that if we started with that one strongly, it is the basis on which the other bottlenecks can be approached. But clearly we have an information asymmetry issue, and we need to work together to address it, win-win. So just to reiterate, and Winnie said ACF was here 7 times earlier in the year. Clearly, they've not finished their work. There's a lot still to do. We commit that they will come back another 7 times. What we are asking for from the leadership, from all of you, is help us organize that. Come together as groups, identify, put together the teams. We will come, because this conversation needs to be held again and again and again. Just in this room, it's clear that some issues need to be reiterated. So let us create that environment. Let's not end here. On the part of Bank of Uganda, we will come. That is one. The other one is that people have questions which might be individualized. We have a team in the stalls from some commercial banks and from the Bank of Uganda. Please go and talk to the people there where the issues are specific, because as I said, that's why we are here. Mr. Alimao, we have received your detail. I don't want to address it here. It has so much of your personal circumstances. But what is going to happen is our Director of Commercial Banking, Mr. Hannington, seated next to me, is waiting for you. Please come and see him after we close this session, and he's going to go with you to your commercial bank and deal with it directly. I know that MC, you want to do another round of questions, oh, I see. Right, yes, and really at this point, on the ACF and the government, the government interventions, if there's one point I want to stress is that their sustainability is in their payback. And as we've seen how well the ACF has grown as a fund, we want to improve it. Their payback depends on how well the commercial banks do the appraisal in the first place. How well the commercial banks do the appraisal depends on the information we give them. So I really just want to emphasize that let us do our best to address that side of the equation. And on the part of commercial banks and Bank of Uganda, the commercial banks have a meeting with the governor every month where we discuss the issues paining the sector. And I want to assure you that these things are discussed continuously. The one I want to address right now is, we continuously get this complaint of people go to a bank, don't go for ACF, take our loan. I know that those loans, a borrower empowered with information should be able to tell when they want the ACF and when they want a commercial bank product. Those are both legitimate products, and it's important to understand that. But what is unacceptable is if a borrower goes to the bank and says, I would like, this is about the ACF, and they are deliberately told ACF doesn't work, doesn't exist. That is really unacceptable, and it undermines, it actually gives banking a bad name. So I would like us to go back and reflect on what we can do to make that complaint go away, because the Bank of Uganda hears it continuously. So we need to differentiate commercial bank agricultural products are legitimate and people can go for them. The SCF and SBRF have specific objectives. You want to make things easier for people who would otherwise be unbanked in the conventional sense. So those are clear distinctions, and we should empower people to go for the one they want. But the one I want to call out is where somebody says, don't bother, we have a fixed deposit if it's in the case of bills and bonds, or don't bother with SCF, we have this one. I think that is a matter that I would request the sector to really address head on. Let's go for the last round of questions. Oh yes, the branch, I am going to talk about it, but what I want to do is let's have the last round of questions so that I end with that and any other question that would be directed to me. And MC, I think let's allow Mzee to speak.
Well, thank you very much. I'm called Bosco Ogwangedola, Director Chamber of Commerce for Northeastern Uganda. Where you are is my area. I would like to say as Chamber of Commerce, all these people whom you see gathered, they are our people. And whatever you people want, if your pastor has, only pass information to them. Recently, when UDB came, we called a meeting almost 4 times, and these people came. I think what is lacking has been coordination between the banks and Chamber of Commerce. In this very last one, I remember City Council that can you give us the list? So that list which you got was not from City Council, it was from Chamber of Commerce. These are our people. So let nobody deceive you that it was City Council who call you. No, it was Chamber of Commerce, City Council through Chamber of Commerce. That's why our people came. 2, I am very happy today because what I've seen is our people who have come are very brilliant. I think they have posed very good questions, which I don't think we have even fairly answered all of them. No. Some of these questions we have not answered them thoroughly. I have seen most banks apologizing, oh, you come to the office, come to... That's so that there's a problem, and those problems have to be solved. When they come, when our people come like this, they really want results. That's when they will come on next time. So as you go back, I would like to say, make sure that these people are really satisfied with the explanation, and when they go to the bank, they must get what they want. So that next time when you call me to call more people, more will come. Otherwise, if they get angry, I will call people and nobody will come. A good example is if you see for this case of SCF, since its initiation, you reported only 880 million so far disbursed. That's a billion, yes. That shows this very little. Over 10 years, that's 2009, this is 2023. It means the disbursement rate is very low. And therefore, we really need to step up. These people need money. I am still insisting on the branch, and you really have to tell us for Bank of Uganda. It was Chamber of Commerce who requested when the late Professor Mutebile came here to open Bank of Baroda. That was the first time we requested for branch here. Maybe to give you information, Lira is third in Uganda in terms of revenue generation. It's after Kampala and Barara. We are third in Uganda. But you have opened branches in Gulu, you have opened branches in Arua, you have opened everywhere. And we are third in Uganda. Why do you give us? What's wrong? For us, we see as if there's something wrong. We know you have brought this, the what? It is already there. But we were promised that within 3 years, you are going to do construction. I am told the Deputy Governor is going to be here tomorrow. Is it true? Can you allow me to repeat the same question to him? Because
I really see that there's a problem. In Uganda, I see today, if Uganda is like when you kill an animal, you have to, somebody's pulling the tail, others pulling the head, others pulling the leg, the same thing. Being fair in Uganda, we should have got this thing more earlier. What I want to request from you, Madam Christine, is there land? And that question we will answer tomorrow with the mayor. And mayor, if you let us down, we shall not vote you. Yeah. Now, lastly, I don't want to waste time. I don't want to waste time. Sincerely, from our discussion, whatever we are going to get here, we shall find that there was lack of communication between the banks and us. We need to improve on that gap. Most of the requirements people don't know. And that means more of these interactions should happen. And I'm requesting our local banks, we are here. Why don't you organize at least quarterly? Tell Chamber of Commerce, we want to meet your people. I will always gather them the way they are. And you can see how they have come. They are many. I'm very proud of you people. So today, if today Baroda calls, I will bring. Stanbic call, I will bring. St. Mary, I will bring. You give me work. But if you keep quiet, then that's the problem. But I'm also seeing from what I've been discussing with my colleagues, sometimes in your terms of this facility of ACF, your requirement sometimes is misunderstood with other banks. For example, I'm being told that ACF was basically for grains. Is it true? It was basically promotion of grains. Is it true? Huh? But that's what I was trying to, that it was basically for grain promotion. That means maize, sunflower, what, those things. But if you have expanded it, it is better. I'm so grateful. I really needed to talk as Chamber of Commerce that we really welcome your coming. We are so happy. We are so proud about you. But the one question I want us to know is, when are you constructing your branch in Lira? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Director Chamber of Commerce, for that wonderful communication. And ladies and gentlemen, may I make you know that not all questions will be answered at this particular point in time. Bank of Uganda will be on Radio tonight at 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. and those questions that may not be answered now will be answered there. And also on Radio Unity from 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. Jame apingi podoro kerekare me gammo obino gammo ngiti radio wa ke Radio Unity chawa ario radio wa chawa adek Radio Unity. I have some questions here that I'm going to read very fast because of time. The first one comes from Moses Ogwang Omaso, and it says, URA is very envious about our income. How much tax do URA levy on treasury bond income? That is question number one. Question number two, in Europe, India, and other developed and developing countries, they borrow money at between 1 to 2% per annum. If investors in these countries borrow at 1% per annum and invest in Uganda alongside our local investors who borrow at 30% per annum to do a similar business, won't that be financial suicide? Is a question. Then the next question says, can Bank of Uganda explain what is meant by growth in the economy? For example, 5 to 5.7% growth. Two, the region has realized some growth in industries, but a greater percentage is owned by foreigners. And some invests and deny the local community. Is there any way Bank of Uganda can do to enable locals directly enter the industrial sector? That is that.
if it is possible, please, Bank of Uganda, to have developmental programs like debit today sponsored on local radios and translated in local languages. Then the next question says, what are the qualifications for one to invest or participate in the financial markets? Another question says, is Bank of Uganda aware of the casino machines that is destroying the 500 coins to scrap dealers? Can the Deposit Protection Fund work or refund money? What is another question? Can Deposit Protection Fund work or refund money after military takeover or new government? Okay. Another one is here. As a regulator of a bank, as a regulator of banks and financial institutions, are you aware that some banks, are you aware that some banks do not provide clients with the copies of agreements after servicing a facility from them? That is how it came. Then here it says, where do Bank of Uganda take money that has not been claimed for? What does the financial institution law says about money not claimed for? In the interest of time, okay. Then this one says, we request Bank of Uganda to, okay, is it possible to request you, Bank of Uganda, to lower your lending rate from 12% to 5% in Europe, banking lending rate is 2%, that is that. There is an urgent need to regulate and interpret interest rates, especially for money lenders, such as SACCOs and VSLA. There's an urgent need to regulate the interest rates, especially for money lenders, and that is that. Finally, this is already handled about ACF. With this, I hand over back the microphone to the Deputy Governor.
Just a minute.
All right.
Just a minute, Madam Deputy Governor. Two announcements. The Deputy Governor announced about the stalls down where there are some commercial banks and Bank of Uganda. We also want to let you know that there is Bank of Uganda team that is changing paper money. If you have money which is torn or have those issues, they are changing it for you down there. Please make sure if you have those notes, you go and get new money. And then do not go before passing down the stalls. Thank you. Back to you, Madam.
Thank you very much. I don't know, Lawrence, I think please go to our colleague, and he seems to have a burning issue. That is the only one from the floor, and then we are ending. We are beginning to wind down.
Yes, I'm handing over the microphone to Achana Diro.
Madam Deputy Governor, I'm so grateful for you to allow me say my issues. Madam Deputy Governor, I'm among the people who borrow much money from banks. And I do understand why I borrow this money. Before COVID, I borrowed money from KCB Bank, Kenya Commercial Bank, and I pay all the requirements. I ordered 2 buses from Kenya. When the buses arrived here, I've already paid all the percentage I'm supposed to pay. Then, because of COVID, all these buses were parked in the bond in Kampala. But when they opened COVID,
I wanted to resume the business. I went back to the bank. The bank started crying more than me with a very small person. And I could not get where I'm supposed to begin from. Even I requested them that, can you sell these buses to another person so that I get my percentage? I begin the business as life goes slowly. The company of Isuzu could not even get customer because every company we are doing bad until I end up losing all this money. Now the giant person in the northern region is now looking like a peasant. How can the bank help such a situation? I'm being employed people, I've been paying them, I've been changing their life. Now all these people are now going to die together with me. I beg the bank to put hand and help to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your question. And I really can see the pain with which you're asking it. What I'm going to say straight away is, right next to me is the head of commercial banking. And for things like this, we need to interrogate them specifically. And we are going to ensure that we do just that. But please, after this session, let's discuss further, because I would like more information before we can make any pronouncements. But definitely, as a principle, consumer protection, the Bank of Uganda is here to help users of financial services. And so let's get to the bottom of it with the relevant detail, and I commit that we are going to have that engagement with you and with KCB. Before we go to the final round, allow me to just say to Mr. Bosco Ogwangedola, thank you very much. Really, thank you. We appreciate. And we know that you are hosting us today, so we thank you doubly. And we've taken everything you've said in good spirit and in good faith. And as we said earlier, this is a case of continuously empowering people with information and with the knowledge that a regulator stands behind. So a regulator is not in the day-to-day business. That is the limitation. You're dealing with commercial banks. But as Hannington said, the reason we emphasize deal with a regulated, a licensed and regulated institution is you can come to the regulator. Some people even fear to consider the possibility that they can reach the regulator. And we are here to break that ice, to say, yes, we can have this conversation. So please pass on to the members of the Chamber of Commerce our commitment to come back and continuously provide information that will help you engage the sector better. Now, the final round of questions, there was the one about tax on treasury securities. I'll ask Stephen to take that. High lending rates, there were two. Hannington. Martin? Oh, especially for money lenders, but I think generally now. Then growth, what is growth? I think, Kenneth, you're going to take that one for us. You're asking us for programs on local radio. Kenneth, you speak to that as well. Is Bank of Uganda aware of casino machines destroying coins? Okay, maybe I'll speak to that one. Money not claimed for Hannington, I want you to reiterate that one. And I think that's the round of questions that we are ending with. But DPF, yes, you do have a question, and good. But let me say something, especially to Mr. Edola, about the branch. I think I am going to decide, now that we are going to repeat this question when the Deputy Governor is here, tomorrow. Let's answer it tomorrow. All right? So that it's answered at the right level. Okay. So for now, let's go straight to the questions. Stephen.
Okay. Governments, but there is a statutory obligation the government continues to service. Even the military government knows which things are core to their operations. They need money, so if they bulldoze their way, the next time they need money, they will not get it. So they will prioritize servicing this debt. Thank you.
Stop thinking about military takeover. What do you take over? You take institutions survive governments. Therefore, the banks will continue existing. Case soon after a military takeover, God forbid, a bank collapses. The bank has mechanisms of establishing Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. Interesting questions. I'll take the one on growth and the one on living rates. Let me start with and advanced economies where they are borrowing at 2% compared to Uganda where we're borrowing between...
Just a minute. Sorry. Jotia wrote, Akwayu, Kaichunga Tidi, Udongi Daka med Petuna Par, Oteko Kodishu, Udongi Daka med Petuna Par, Yungi Gama Pain, Jorio Genalok, Ekauche Tekoko. Akwayu Jameta wrote up and down, Give us only 10 minutes. Let's be patient. What you might take.
Some information. If you borrow money from Europe at 2%, how much do they pay, how much interest do they pay to the depositor? If I'm a depositor in Europe, sometimes I have to pay the bank to keep for me my money. So what does that mean? It means that the cost of money in Europe is very cheap for banks. How does this come about? If you look at Uganda as an example, because we're referring to Uganda, what percentage of the population has accounts in commercial banks? Can somebody guess? It's under 30%. In these countries we are comparing ourselves with, everybody has a bank account. So banks have these deposits that are coming from the entire population, okay? What does that do? It reduces the cost of money. Here, only under 30% have deposits, so banks have to add on their own capital and also borrow to be able to meet their business. That ties into the cost. So the cost of money here, number one, is higher because we have fewer people with bank accounts, but also so if a bank is paying you 12% to keep your money with them, offsets their cost of getting this money. This is risk, because when you borrow, you come with a risk. You may not pay back this money, okay? They also have to cater for their operational costs, because lending you money is a process. They have also to offset their costs. Then they are a business. They have to make I had an account in a commercial bank. Money for banks would come down. Their default rates are very low. Then the risk comes down. So also that brings down the cost of lending. We also know that there are salaries, there's water, utilities, all the day. Lending rates that are 1 or 2%, where all these factors are. In fact, today we are talking about treasury bills and treasury bonds. Treasury bills if government who has no risk, government will pay back at 12 to 15%. Who tomorrow they are going to look for my address and I've changed it. Government will be there. What about me who has collateral, which is in the agricultural sector as an example? Playing. But having said that, if you have a good track record of paying borrowers, and they get what they call prime lending rates. Prime lending rates have really come down. A normal borrower could borrow at about 28, 30%. A prime borrower can borrow at 15%, even up to 12%. Difference is risk. So if you meet your obligations on time, you can fall into that category of prime borrowers. That's the best way to lower the cost at which you can borrow at. Thank you. I want to talk 5.7% growth. The economy is comprised of different sectors, okay? and those different sectors produce items or services. Okay? So if you look at the agricultural sector, it produces agricultural goods. Okay? If you look at the services sector, there is transport. And then there is industry and manufacturing, which produces goods. So when we say the economy has grown by 7%, we mean that if you look at each of these sectors, their contribution towards the increase in goods and services that have been produced which performed higher than the other. For instance, services may have been 6.8, while this year that increased compared to the previous year overall by 5.7%.
Thank you very much. Really thank you very much, all of you, for your questions and for your kind attention. Clear we have an information obligation, and on our part we will come back as much as we have to. I think this session is coming to an end, but there's another one tomorrow. So beg your pardon, but we will still be engaging, and this time we have the Deputy Governor, so we will even have more confidence, you know, in the assumptions we shall make from here. MC. I have taken the point about the casinos. I would like to know more, so I'm going to request who asked that question to come over to me so that we save time here. But back to you, MC. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Deputy Governor. Please do not leave. The governor has offered some bottle of water that we shall take before we. She has offered for us. Kindly please hold on for just 2 more speeches, then we shall close with the anthems, and then we shall have a group photo here, and we shall leave. Iwara duong amitu ilumalo aduong lak melo kerejo mere yung emano aduong tam plaka kwa ini ilong worship the mayor me
I'm not very good at protocols, but the representative down there are so many big people I've seen, and I'm really humble and blessed. Substantially, I'm the Senior Assistant Secretary, but for today, for Lira City, I am a clerk. Bank of Uganda.
So to me, Bank of Uganda should engage our people here regularly because we are the only industrial and commercial city in Uganda. I want to thank my director for all that you said. Lira City. What am I saying? Lira City is all of us who are here. So whatever is happening, it is the effort on Lira City. A lot has been said and time has gone. I have seen people trying to leave, but a few things which summarize. You know, these banks, I have come to realize, do their work on the word. I am not very good at Bible quotations, but I am a Christian. Serious. But those who have little, even the little that they have, will be taken away. And basically this is what we are being told here. So as you are there, as you live, try as much as you can. Because you will not have what they call affordability. These banks you are seeing seated here. So let's try. Yeah, I don't make long speeches. I am happy in Lira City. I think we have in this kind of forum. It is good the director has already committed himself to call stations. I humbly request you that within your budget, try to have some airtimes in these radio stations and you engage our public as much as you can. This radio station is there to help us. And I can assure you, I have always listened to these radios. In the morning, people listen to these radios. And now people, they follow these radio stations so much. So why because, as it has been said, knowledge is power. If our people are empowered, somebody without anything is not easy, I'm telling you. But somebody who has money, you can just talk to him or her and say, you. So I really request you, engage our people, let them know the opportunities they have that can empower them. In the city, we are really blessed this week. We are only interfacing with the banks. As I talk now, the town clerk and the mayor, our worship will bring the clerk is in Umbale. It started yesterday, today they're in Umbale. But tomorrow they will be here because they value this forum so much.
So I bring his apology. Finally, those who are invited tomorrow, today our time management, but to the mayor, we shall begin at 8:30 sharp, and it will end at 11:30, so that we have time to go for the after our engagement here. That tomorrow, please, kindly, those who are invited, I want to thank you all. The attendance is so good. I am very proud as I was seated down there, because call and you have turned up, and I think we have all benefited from this kind of engagement. Next time, if you are called, the mayor to
Thank you so much, the representative of commercial banking, representatives from the different financial institutions, Alwedo Ogole, Deputy Mayor, Lira City. I would want to begin by appreciating Bank of Uganda highly for creating space for such an interaction. To us, this is so much important services are concerned, and today we've had the opportunity to bring much of this concern out I would say how I wish this kind of interaction continues. Institutions that have their branches all over Lao sub-region, and I would call upon them to organize truly we get the pictures right from the people that we desire to serve them. And also, in a special way, I want to appreciate everyone who to attend in person these interactive sessions. And I know for sure this is the true representation of the districts. We have a number of people who reside and work in Lira City, but hail from today from down to the grassroots, because we have the potential people down there who are also much willing to benefit from such financial services. To the people, and we cannot be able to tap in the different services. the services goal number 1, it talks about no poverty, because when we are economically well, it talks about work and economic growth. And remember, we should achieve this by 2030, and we are left with roughly 6 years down the road. So as we sit here and in different levels, it is for the benefit of us in persons and for the benefit of the entire country. Mobilizations were done. So that we listen directly from the team from Bank of Uganda. I believe there are issues that shall not be handled from these dialogue sessions, but we've been granted opportunity to interface with staff from Bank of Uganda as well as staff from the different financial institutions, so that all those matters we shall have the opportunity to have them staff. I want to appreciate all of us for being in attendance. And before I make a concluding remark, I would like to extend an apology from His Worship the Mayor. He has equally gone for the same call, town clerk. To Bank of Uganda in Lira City, we are 100% supportive to this idea, and I want to appreciate the person who raised this concern. We have the space given to Bank of Uganda to put up an office. And then lastly, I would like to appreciate Bank of Uganda in advance for the proposal to support Ayago Health Center 3. This has been our humble plea. We know health is wealth. And Ayago alone serves a greater population of the people in this region. And when we receive the support, we are sure we shall I know we've been in this interaction for some time, and I do not want to take a lot of our time, given the fact that we have another space to interact. The meeting officially closed. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Concluding this event. With this, we have come to the close of it all, but we shall have 2-3 things happen. One, we shall again request the anthems in the reverse order, and finally we shall have a photo moment that will be directed by Lawrence. Kidamano tunuko ya giki na yiki ene amenuti upoi matek with thanks a lot. May we all rise up now as I invite Bonnie to lead a concluding prayer. Ite peyero kweni mitu chamiye. Chemuke netie kana me tent nyete yen tiye. Eka chamuke netie wa. On the tables, we shall go for a photo shoot first. Thereafter, we shall go for lunch. Thank you.
Olego, Obama, you like pitch attack. And okay, I can't pon young, what if you pon you are? Couldn't be okay to whatever, when the belly, your time, you canwa. You don't boy, medwalk or job, ya can't pat, polywalk job, or ya bang of Uganda. Tewa magina marigina chama jini loy. No ya take kom kuchwin pe bera wode Yesu Kristo Lord. Amen.
Akwede chung wa wero nantem. Ka fom tia me pon wer kan beri ene wana choko. DJ
Sote tulinde, tunajibia